What's good, people? Yeah, rotted. I fell asleep. Yeah, and what's good? Time for the show. Everybody come in. We have gone live. We have gone live. Hope everyone can hear me. Let's see. Let's make sure the link is live. Everyone can hear me. All right. Come on. Boom. Okay. Yes, people. Black Eyes TV. Here we go. True talk. Race entanglement. That's the issue today. You see the faces on the flyer. They're on the flyer basically because, as we know, uh, my guy Sarah Garvey did a debate the other day with Tommy Robinson, and from what I know, I believe, big up Neek. I believe it was Raspect who was debating someone else, John Gerard, I believe his name is, some racist. You understand? So again, I put them on there and played with the little terminology about race entanglement. Do we need it? Do we need to be talking to white people? At what point does it turn from entertainment to something else? Are we giving them too much time to promote their own ways of thinking? You know, is it is the fact that again we are more liberal in our pairing as far as white people and black people being together in relationships, is that adding to the weight of why white people feel like they always have a place to talk and chat to us and be involved in a lot of discussions? Big up Melanated Goddess. What's good, people? As you come in, hit the like button. As I said, today we're talking about race entanglement, and at what point do we need to include white people in a conversation? Do we need to still be debating them? I don't know anybody who's come on and who has watched the Sarah Garvey or Respect debating. Please come on, give us your opinion. Let us know what's good. What's good, Miss G? Big up, big up, big up. Yeah, I need people to come on. You understand? Give me your opinion. Tell me what's really good. Do we need to be holding conversations with white people? Do we need more conversations internally with ourselves rather than including white people? Get me? The link is in the chat. Please jump on. Get me? What's nope? I need to involve them as they are not about black values. That's why I'm saying, Miss G. Now, that's just one opinion. But I want to hear other people, as I say, come on, come on, come on, voice your opinion. Do they need to be invited into certain conversations? At what point is it promotion? A pointless conversation, more or less. For those who saw Sarah talking to Tommy Robinson, I watched it. It was funny listening to Tommy Robinson talk with his skewed viewpoint of reality. And again, I don't believe all white people are inherently bad, but again, their viewpoint of reality inherently makes them, in my opinion, negative to certain conversations. And again, they're gonna divert the conversation somewhere else. You understand? So that's always the thing that can happen. Who's this, Chi? What? Who's this coming on now?
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Who's this?
Hi then, bro. It's me, calling you from Leicester.
Hold up, bro. You're breaking up. Say that again.
I said I'm calling you. I'm calling from Leicester.
From Leicester,
Yeah.
bro. Let me ask you this first of all. Are you black?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What part do you hail from? Were you African,
yeah,
Caribbean? What we?
I'm African, originally Gambia.
Okay, that's all. Big up. Yeah, I only asked because again, for me, Black Eyes TV is a black space. So for me, it's not really a space for white people to come into this particular conversation.
I
Yeah, me.
hear
So
you.
yeah, What are you saying now, brother? Talk to me. What's your opinion? Did you see the Sarah Garvey debate? Do you think we talk too much to white people? What are you saying? Talk to me. Big up Moses. Big up people. The link
Um,
is in.
like
Got you,
well,
brother.
like with regards to your question, like whether we should like involve white people in our conversation and all of that. I think like as black people, we need to, you know, fix ourselves first before we can think of like involving other people in our conversation. You know, because to be honest, like these white people, they don't even want to hear what we have to say. You know, we we need to fix our own problems. You know, let's come together, find ways that we can, you know, solve our own problems before thinking of, you know, involving white people who don't even care. You know, they can come and join us with Black Lives Matter, you know, screaming, "Oh yeah, we're with you," like the blah blah blah. At the end of the day, nothing. You know, let's come together, fix our own problems. You know, let's have pride in ourselves. If you don't have pride in yourself, trust me, nobody's going to respect you because you don't show any respect for yourself. And that's the problem we have, black people. We sit down, wait until another black guy is killed. We come together, scream, ah, and we're back to normal life. And yeah, so yeah, let's have communication within ourselves first before
How,
in you know
did you see any of the debates?
what no, I didn't see any of the debates. I'm calling with regards to the question, and I thought I should call and
No, no, no.
share.
That's good, brother. As I said, we're
Yeah.
dealing with the whole thing. How do you feel? Let me ask you this: how do you feel about um, race mixing as far as dating goes? Do you believe that somebody who has a white partner can still be pro-black? Do you think that's a conflict of interest? Yeah, me. I said
Um,
opinion there.
I think like when it comes to like interracial dating or marriages, like it's not based on um like how do I put it? It's not genuine. It's based on like fantasy, like you know, white girls fantasizing about black guys having babies and black guys, you know, it's not real. That's why you hardly see like interracial relationship lasting long. You know,
Mm.
most of these, you know, mixed baby kids had, you know, growing up without their mothers or fathers, you know, around because you know it's just to come together and have fun, create a baby, and you know that's it. You know, I don't think it's nah, it's not for me, man.
No, I hear you. I hear
It's
you on that
not for
one.
me, like, because but I think black people we are the only race that like to be with other races. You know, I think that like I always say, we don't have pride in ourselves. That's the problem. We must have
Mm.
pride in ourselves. You know, yeah, always, you know. And I don't like the way us black men like treat our women. Always putting our women down, saying, "Oh, black women are these, white women are better." That's nonsense. You know, that's
As I said, brother, do you believe that somebody who has a white partner can also be pro-black?
um. I think I think it's like for me, I think it's possible, but you know,
Let me
I
ask you this.
think it's possible.
Hold on, brother. Brother, let me
Mhm,
ask you this. Let me reconstruct it because you're African, brother.
mhm.
Yeah, if there was an African leader, yeah,
Yeah.
who came and they were trying to do stuff and they had a white wife, would
Mhm.
that impact the way you listen to him?
Yeah, definitely. Because I would seem like someone who's just, you know, who's just faking it to be pro-black. You know, because you can't tell me you're for black people or for black women, and your wife is is a white woman. That's to me, that's not real. You know,
Mm.
yeah, because we are trying to build a black family. So definitely you have to be with a black woman or a black man. That's how we can grow a black family. You know, you can't tell me you're pro-black and you're with a white woman or a white man. You know,
No,
'cause when you talk to black people, yeah, we should come together. Let's love one another. Let's build our black family. And your partner is white. It's something people will not take you seriously. Trust me.
no,
You
it's a
know,
hectic. It's a hectic one.
it, it,
Listen,
it, it's
one sec,
yeah.
brother.
Mm.
As people come in, yeah, big up to everyone that's coming. Big up to IC3. Big up to Midnight Goddess again. Big up to you, Ultra Funky, for the £2 donation. Yes, black family first. That's what we're about here. So big up for that. Please, people, come on, voice your opinion. All right, I see Freeze here. What's going on, brother? Yeah, big up, big up, big up. Yeah, me. People, yeah, come on, voice your opinion. Goddess, were you there? I like some American perspective. What do you think?
Greetings, greetings.
What's
Yeah.
going on, my brother? Everything, Chris?
The war is on.
Well,
War is
well,
on.
well. Again, it could be, but this is what we're talking about. Again, I don't know whether you watched the debate. Did you watch the debate that happened with Sarah Garvey and Tommy Robinson?
No, I haven't watched it. No, I didn't watch it.
Okay,
I was aware of it, but I never watched it. Yeah.
okay. Well, again,
Quick summary.
while
What's the quick summary?
well, I mean, look, obviously, when debating most racist people and white people, they have a skewed reality from ours, in it. So my question is, do we think it's constructive? Obviously, to anyone who has seen the debate, feel free to come on and voice your opinion and tell me what you think. I watched it today myself, and I watched the Raspect debate as well with a John Goddard. I think his name is some idiot. Yeah,
Okay.
me. But
Mm.
again, that's why I'm asking about this race entanglement. Do we need to be debating them? Do we need them in certain conversations? What is the line that we're drawing when it becomes entertainment rather than us actually trying to affirm anything? So again, that's the question. Melanated Goddess, big up to you, my sister. Welcome, welcome, welcome from the
Peace,
New York
Greetings,
side.
greetings.
peace, everyone.
Yeah, me. Again, you
Good
heard the
question.
comment.
Very good question.
Same thing to you, melanated, as well as I see. And what's your thought? Do we need to be debating white people? Do we need them in certain conversations? Is it constructive to have certain people that are racist talking?
Um, in my view, I don't see any point in debating um, white people. Um, I'd see a point in negotiating negotiating terms of how to solve the, the the problem, looking for solutions. Basically, in any discussion, is the objective just to create kind of energy and trying to get more hits and so on, or is it that people are seeking a solution? And if you're seeking a solution, um, I think the whole approach of the discussion would be constructive. Um,
So,
yeah.
are you saying that you see purpose in seeking solutions with white people? Is that what you're saying?
Um,
You see purpose in doing that?
right. Seeking solutions with white people. You see, we know that Marcus Garvey. I think Marcus Garvey did. Who can remind me? I think he had meetings with the Ku Klux Klan. Is that correct? Or was
Uh,
it? And then
I,
they were berating Marcus Garvey for doing that or something, or trying to arrange meetings like that. Um,
well, hold on. This is the thing. This is the kicker, because I hear where you're going, but this is the next thing. What's
yeah.
entertainment and what's necessary? So let me ask you that. Like,
Good.
what are we classing as necessary dialogue, and what are we classing as kind of entertainment type of situation? So
Right.
me
Well.
sitting down again with a Tommy Robinson, and for you, Melanated Goddess, who don't know, I don't know whether you know about Tommy Robinson. You know who that
I,
is?
I watched I watched maybe 15 or 20 minutes of Cyrus thing today, and I actually saw the first interview that he had with him, and I saw aspects debate with the James Goddard dude. So,
Right.
but I wanted to say that I don't think that Marcus Garvey met with the Ku Klux Klan to talk about solutions. He didn't talk. He didn't meet with the Ku Klux Klan to come up with his star line boat line. He didn't. He was not developing any sort of foundational things for the Black community with white supremacist people. So whatever he planned to talk to them about, it was more so not asking them how it's going to be, but telling them how it's going to be. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think it's a different conversation.
Yeah.
So this whole like strategizing with members outside of our community about what's best for our community just looks ass backwards from to
Yeah.
me.
But
It
my
just
question is, what solution are we trying to get from white people? Nothing.
that's what I
No,
wanted to know.
other than being more confused and being more divided. That's
That's
it.
why I was asking IC3,
Because
like, what really are we supposed to be
why
talking
do
to
you
them
think
about?
Africa is still stuck in the same situation? It's because these people are still there trying to
Because
divide
they
us and
inviting them to the
cause more
table. They
confusion.
inviting them to the table. You
That's it.
inviting the people to the table to say, hey, how should we get free from you? No, what are
Yeah.
you asking them for?
We
Like,
tell them everything about what we're planning to do, and they go down back and discuss how they're going to
Counter.
destroy our
listen,
plans and everything.
Exactly.
who told
That's
me to
it.
put a comment on
We need to be
Sarah's
private
video?
in what we plan to do, but no.
Who told me to put a comment on Sarah's video? Now I got all of these white people messaging me on YouTube.
You opened the doorway, Nine. Right.
I said, oh
They
my,
think
because
they
they was
can
coming
die,
at him.
bro.
They was coming at him about the black pound, and I was like, so he recently did a video saying that he was basically accepting donations to buy new equipment and to pay for the editing and the
Yeah.
videography and all of this stuff.
Yeah,
Everybody's
I
like,
see it.
oh, so do you want our white pound to pay for that, or should it just be the black pound? I said, well, listen
Right.
here,
Well,
keep your
crazy.
little white pound if you want, keep it. You know what I'm saying? Like we could help our brother out. Like you don't, that's fine. Like he definitely is not begging for your donation. The people, the white people who understand the purpose for people encouraging blacks to patronize black businesses, those white people who get it, they're not offended when they hear the black pound. They happy that we actually doing something for ourselves. But
Well,
for some
remember
reason,
that
it
Tommy.
triggers them.
Well, remember that Tommy Robinson was trying to say that that was a racist sentiment. Him seeing that campaign about the black pound, he was looking at like a racist sentiment here. That was the funniest part. Like them seeing us doing black initiatives like that to them is threatening. This is why again you gotta ask yourself: does it make sense talking to someone who has that viewpoint where they're not even realizing why you've had to initiate this movement in the first place? You understand? Like
Yes,
again,
correct.
in the interview, he's telling Sarah, look, Black Lives Matter, they're diverting the energy, they're breaking up the nuclear family. You're trying to go like you're saving us and you're telling us something we don't know.
Mhm.
And you're upset about black people, being misled by this thing. But again, you're in the same breath, you're not recognizing that before Black Lives Matter, before America was invented, it started with England. So when you're going on like this is an inherited problem, this is this skewed reality again,
Yeah.
where again, how much sense and problem solving can you really achieve when talking to them, other than to just expose their position to say, yeah, right, look, people, see, when I ask him this question, he's fraffing now, he don't have shit to say. So you can see he's a racist. But other than that, what else are we getting from it? And as
Oh, trust me, they don't care. Like just by them saying all lives matter, it clearly shows that they don't care. When
I'm
we
still
say
trying to
Black Lives
understand
Matter, they say all lives matter. That's our answer there.
because like being, I feel like um because what Tommy Robinson was saying is that America is very racially divided. It's very racially whatever, right? Like we have very clear racial issues, and now it's coming over to the UK, or to Europe, and that's
Yeah,
what he has a problem with that. And I do recognize that it is very different for you guys. Like I mean, from what I my experience is that I've spoken to a number of people, and they do make it seem as if, hey, we get on out here. Blacks and whites is not like over there in the U.S. or whatever. Because if you, Rich, you part of the American conscious community YouTube world. We don't be having like a bunch of white people jumping on our backs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
we don't. It's like they do them whatever they doing over here, and they want to be like, yeah, these immigrants taking over our country, blah blah blah. But they don't come on our platforms and say that stuff. Like this is new. This is very new.
Well, remember, look, the thing is, the biggest difference is, look, remember, New York State is the size of the whole of the UK. So that just puts that into context of how small England is to, one state in America, which isn't one of the biggest states either.
It isn't.
So you got them numbers. We're only a minor percentage of this population, whereas in America, you've got numbers to at least support whole black cities, whole black areas where ideally, even, you're not seeing any white people. You don't need to
Yeah,
really
but
interact
some
like
of
that.
those cities, where you're not seeing white people, they're really not that big. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna
Well,
say
what's not that
like,
big to you? What's good, George? Jump
okay,
on.
what's not that big? Let's say 20 miles. That's not that big.
Well, when we're saying
Some black cities,
population, when you're saying
some black
population, what do
cities,
you mean?
some black cities could be like in the circumference. Because like let's say if you live in Atlanta, a person can't say they live in Atlanta and they can drive 30 minutes and not see white people. It's going to be white people 30 minutes from there. It's going to be white people, yes. But if right in Atlanta, then maybe, you know, 40 blocks to the left, 40 blocks to the right, 40 blocks up north, 40 blocks. Okay, yes, that circle, that bubble. But we about 13%. This is mostly they dominate. You know what I'm saying? Like this is not it's not as bad as for you guys. I think y'all are what 6%,
No,
right?
we're less than that. We're like
I
one,
thought
two
y'all
percent. Remember, all the ethnic
no,
minorities in this country don't make up no more than 3%, 4% of the whole population, and there's like
no,
66,
no. I think it's
70
six
million
percent of
people in
London,
England.
but I think it's 6% of London. I know it was a 6% somewhere. I
Yeah,
mean
but
that's
this,
still pretty
yeah, but this
bad.
is the thing. Yeah, but you see what again? Another thing
That's still.
everyone has to realize who's not from England.
Hmm.
London is a very small part of England. Like again, because it's the center, so everybody kind of focuses on it, and it looks very multicultural, and everyone's hip and moving around. You think the rest of the country's like that, when England is very much not like that. And the more you go up north, the more you're gonna find white people who are just gonna stare in your face and not have half as many interactions, have a whole load of stereotypes and racist notions
Can I ask?
firmly planted in their head. You get me? So again,
Okay.
this notion of how we perceive London to how we look at or know the rest of England to be, that's something that's again not really talked about, because
Oh,
again, the
But that's
majority
how
of
it.
can I ask? Can I ask a question, please?
yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
for it,
Can I ask a
bro.
question? Do you think it's more profitable because rather than arguing about stats or different or lack of stats, do you think it's more profitable to have a black nationalist stance and talk to other nationalists, or that people shouldn't have a black nationalist stance and therefore should be talking to people like Tommy Robinson or people that are uh, keep saying they're not racist? Does that
I
make
think it's good
sense?
to be a black nationalist and then speak to black people who aren't black nationalists so that you can help them to become black nationalists. That's what
Okay.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel we have why that would be a good direction for us to go to? How do you go about achieving it? I think a lot of people don't have that type of mentality. One, because it's foreign to them, and two, they can't conceptualize what that would look like. So to me, it's more fruitful to have discussions like that than to talk to a white nationalist about, I don't know, I don't want to live around you. I don't want to live around you either. I mean, like, what the heck? What the heck are we talking about?
Right.
Okay, I
Okay.
get it.
That's
You don't
good.
want to live around me. I don't want to live around you. What
Right.
else is there to say after we say that?
Right. So, I think there's two good points you raised there. I suppose the other side, maybe the other people in media might know, that if black nationalists are speaking to other people that have not classified themselves as black, or don't see themselves as black, or have not clarified their identity, and they don't see any value in black nationalism, that conversation I feel is very productive, but it might not have the number of hits as you. So if you're chasing hits and to try and promote your channel, just
Yeah, but
talking
then
about black issues
but
might
then
not be as popular.
that comes under the entertainment section. So again, that's the part where I originally said what part is entertainment and what part is something else. You understand? What are we deeming as entertainment? And again, if you don't have a stance yourself as the black person conducting the interview, and you're
Yeah.
talking to some racist or a white nationalist, yeah, and you
Yeah.
don't have no viewpoint on a black nation of any sort, whether it
Yeah.
be back it geographically set in Africa, Caribbean, wherever, or
Yeah.
you galvanizing the black people here on this soil, then
Yeah.
what as you said, what's the fucking point other than you trying
Yes.
to get clicked or have a laugh with them or whatever, in it? So
Yes.
that will be a completely different type of dialogue where again I would ask you what's the point, because
Right. So
unless you start talking about something that's completely non-related to race, and it just happens that he's a racist and you're black, but somehow you're having a laugh about a movie, that's a
yeah.
bit off to me. You understand?
Right.
So
Yes.
naturally, there's going to be a talk of politics and what you're on. Where you at, George?
Mm-hmm.
Why is your mic muted? Like, this is George Macon on
Peace,
there.
George Macon. How are you?
Yeah, I mean, what's good, George? Unmute that mic, whatever you're doing, bro. I'm trying to come sit on this panel and not say shit. I will slap that.
So what I've noticed, right, while we waiting on George to come through, what I've noticed is that a beautiful, black people with a good heart, spent a lot of time speaking to these non-black people, trying to get them to see our plight, trying to get them to understand our problem, arguing with them about that there is something called systemic white supremacy, that there is some systemic injustices, that we are like trying to get them to agree. And I'm just like, so when they agree, then what? You done exerted all of this energy. I just don't understand the purpose of these conversations when, like, let's talk about our families. Let's talk about our children. Let's talk about if we're going to give our kids these vaccines. Let's talk about, like, what I'm saying, how we could create programs to mentor the men as soon as they come out of jail. Let's talk about, child care being an issue and a barrier. All of the stuff that's going on with our families, our men, our women, our psychology, our trauma. Why are we talking to these people, convincing them that we even have this stuff? I don't understand. Are they going to give us? Are they going to help us? Are they going to give us some money? Like, well, how is this helping? I don't get it.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Yeah.
Oh, you speaking now? Yes.
Yeah, brother.
Speak.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, me being from Philly, up from the northeast corridor of the country, we have whole black cities. Like in Philadelphia, we 51% black. It's like 1.8 million people here. So we got whole neighborhoods where up into gentrification, you won't see no white people. Like white people lived on the far end, the northeast of the city. I mean, it's like
Okay.
900,000 black people here. So, but the thing is, the majority of folk are asleep. So speaking to what the sister was saying, it's hard to have these conversations because with our people, we're put in a deep sleep so bad that the very things we complain about, we're not willing to actually do the work to clean it up. Because we complain about this shit, but we're still used to the trinkets that we get from the shit that we complain about. So
Facts.
it's kind of messed up. You go to Newark, New Jersey, it's black. Baltimore, all black. I mean,
How about the
Mm-hmm.
police force in those places?
huh?
How about the police forces in the
Majority.
places you mentioned?
Well, I'll say this.
Mm,
I'll say this. When you come to Philadelphia, right? You're not going. Well, up until now, like up until you didn't really you're not going to see white police officers shoot unarmed black men in the back in Philadelphia because there was too many black people here, and the black people for the most part ran the city. Black mayors. I mean, like you last year, you had that guy that shot the 6 police officers, and they actually made the police commissioner resign after that. But here it was mainly up until Larry Krasner and all Jim Kinney. It was controlled by black folks. But when you go to like DC and stuff like that, I mean, you got
mm.
it's mainly white police officers patrolled in there and
Right.
black communities.
Right. So
But
are you
Every
Philadelphia
saying?
is
city is
different.
not like Philly. I think Baltimore has a good amount of black police as well.
Yeah.
But like you go to a city like New York, and
Oh
no,
hell no.
the majority of the police
White.
are not yeah, they're white, and you got because people commute from the cities. So
Mm-hmm.
as long as you live within a certain radius, you benefit from the benefits of getting a break on your mortgage. So people buy a house in Long Island, Staten Island. They're not living in the Bronx. They're not living in Brooklyn. They're not living in Queens. If
Nope.
they live in Queens, they live on the side that's closer to Long Island. They're not living nowhere near what you would call a more urban community. They're not. They're not. And it's
So
the
what does
same
that
like in
mean?
DC.
But what does that mean? I'm not really understanding what you're both
What
saying.
I'm saying
Are
is
you
that the
saying
people
that
that are
in the black
policing them don't.
areas,
Hmm.
there are 51% black area, the
Mm-hmm.
police force are 51% black. Oh, sorry.
No.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
is
Go ahead.
that correct?
Finish your point. Well, no, in Philadelphia, you have like a mixture. You have like a mixture of both. You'll see white and black police. There's a lot of black police. There's a lot of white police because you still have a lot of white people here too. But
Hmm.
Philadelphia up into gentrification was a very segregated city. Whites lived on one side, blacks lived on the other side, and blacks and Latinos lived together on the northern part of North Philly. But white people didn't live around us. Like growing up in a place like Philadelphia, you can grow up for years and only see white people when you go to school or downtown. You didn't see white people.
Or in the police?
Yeah, or the police, yes. But see, you gotta remember, like here, the police really, I mean, in like the 70s, you had the move bombing and stuff like that, but it was too many, like black people here would fuck the police up. So they didn't do they don't do stuff here like they do in other cities because it's too many black people. And we always had a black police commissioner. We always had a black mayor for a long time. We always had a black district attorney up until now.
So why are
So
they asleep then? I can't understand.
because
Hmm.
you got to remember stuff. Now let's go back to all the things that we've been teaching and complaining about the white man being the devil. Even though you got all this black, who still controls the institutions? Who's educating us? We're still going to their schools. Remember what I said. I live in the same community and didn't grow up around white people until I went to school. So as long as the enemy is educating me, he controls my mind. And this is the problem. They still
All right.
control
So
the
hold it,
curriculum.
hold on. So you're saying in the black areas, the majority black areas,
Mhm.
um, the white there's not many white police officers because that's not wise. That the black people will there'll be serious trouble in a black
No, I
area.
think you should. I think you should
Yes.
recognize that George Macon's experience is not very typical for what you would call a black city in the rest of America, right? Because
Oh,
I
She's
would not
correct.
say
She's
that
correct.
all of the police in Atlanta are not just black. No, no, sir, no. all of the police in Washington D.C. That's another. They used to call Washington D.C. The nickname for it was Chocolate City.
The city was very racist, very racist, very racist.
Chocolate City. DC used to be something like daggone 80% black. Right now, DC is like 49% black because gentrification. People are moving out. The cost is too expensive to live there, and the majority they moving to Baltimore. It is really cheap to live in Baltimore right about now.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that the police force in DC is not just going to be majority black. No, it's not.
Right. Gentrification. So they keep the Negroes moving.
Yeah, but see, what we need to understand is even though they're black cities, they're still controlled and owned by other groups. So you can have Philadelphia, you can have all these black people, but when you ride through the communities, there's no black-owned stores like that. The economics is still controlled through other people. We're just the consumers. So you might have 900,000 black people here, but the majority of our income go to everybody else. So
why do you think that is?
Still asleep, huh?
So why do you think that is?
Because our people been rocked to sleep. This is generations. This is generations and generations of economic and institutional racism. The same thing.
George.
Yeah.
George,
yeah.
Listen, I got to ask you the same question like I asked everyone else here. At what point is it constructive to talk to white people? Is it constructive? You understand? Is it needed?
I really don't think that we really at this point should be talking to white people at all about anything. We already talked. Our grandparents talk to white people. Our grandmothers talk to white. In America, when you deal with the Negro people here, man, I mean, we done talked to all the rights that we got today is based off of us talking to white people. All we got to do is do the work now. We don't have to talk to no white people. That's the problem. We keep trying to talk to white people instead of doing the work that our ancestors laid out for. There's nothing else to talk about.
George, when I come to Philly, I'm gonna go on your channel and hit a message and be like, "Melanated Goddess is in Philly. I got to meet you. I got to meet you, brother, because you be on it.
That's so,
you be
George.
on it.
That's so.
You be you be on it. Like, man, I detect no lies of what he's saying right now. We just have to do it. We don't need to be having all these what are we conversing
do what exactly
about? Huh?
I don't think. Well, let me answer that, because we don't at this point we don't have to ask if you in the diaspora, whether you in London, the Caribbean, or America. We don't have to ask do what exactly. We know what we need to do. All right, we passed that point. Everybody really? In the diaspora that's of the know, that of understanding, know what we have to do. Now, and we may live in different places. We might have to have different methods, but we know what we have to do. Well, when we ask those type of questions, man, I mean, like what do we really ask?
What are you confused about? IC3. I'm really curious. So when if you were,
I've been hearing this for years. It's like, let's just do it, man. Let's just do it. Do what exactly?
No, but hold on, Melanated Goddess. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that we need to do anything? Brother, do you think we need to do anything?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, do you think we need to do anything? And if so, what do you think we should be doing?
Clarify identity and set up a bank.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you already know. You can't see his avatar. He gonna tell you. He gonna tell you about this bank now. Don't get him started about this bank. I'm just trying to tell you.
But you ain't got no bank. You ain't got no bank with a unification consciousness of a people. There is no bank.
Say that again.
You have no bank with a unification consciousnness of a people.
Without the unification of consciousness, there's no bank. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Absolutely.
There's no identity. There's no.
What would unify the black people so they could set up a bank?
You have to have some type of cultural. You have to have some type of cultural consciousness that actually moves the people. The problem with black people is we chase the bag and not culture. Every other group chase culture first, and they surround their culture around the economics. That's how they protect it. That's why they don't sell each other out for a bag. We go everything backwards. We go bag with no culture. That's why we sell each other out and don't care about each other, because we don't have
black culture.
How we get the bag.
What is black culture then? What culture
Hold on,
would
you
you
asked
be
a question.
defined as
I'm
blackness
going to tell you.
that you want other people to join?
I'm going to tell you. Black culture is 1804. Black culture is the Stoner Rebellion. Black culture is all of our inventions that moved the 21st century. Black culture is Charles McKinley, Mary Bethune McLeod, Ida B. Wells. That's what black culture is. Black culture is all of everything. Black culture would represent the same thing the Jews went through. All of our failures, all of our greatness, everything that we invented, everything that was not told to us, we're supposed to use that to empower us. That's what our culture is. But they make sure we don't know it, so now we don't have anything to grab onto to show a reflection of what we come through and why we're still standing. And see, that's why the Jews give you never again, because they make sure that everybody is reminded every time they walk in the room about what they went through and what they're doing now. That's how what I said, their culture dictates their economics. We don't honor our culture. We don't honor Haiti, Jamaica, the Americas. No, we just trying to get money. No, you have to honor the resiliency and the culture of the people and then build your economics around that. So now if anybody say anything bad about you, we quote anti-Semitism the same way the Jews do. We got hanging, we got history of hangings, we got history of inventions. We have a culture that we can actually bully people too, but we don't do it. We don't use it. We don't use it. We trying to get money.
So you say that a lot of Americans, that black Americans living in black areas, they don't know that stuff that you said there.
What I'm saying is in America, in the Caribbean, and also in London, because the same culture in London represents the same culture in America. Study the Revolutionary War and how a lot of people in London got there. It's the same people.
Inherently connected all the way to the bank, as
and
they
in Canada.
What's
And in
to the
Canada.
bank?
It's millions. It's millions of black people there that came from South Carolina and London today, based off the war 1812 and based off the Revolutionary War in the 1700s. We are the same people. We got the same history. Who are ignorant.
How about Africans then?
Huh?
The Africans.
What about?
Well, how could we not be the same people?
Okay, hold it. So you're saying that in order to unite culture to produce things, should we organize under blackness or Africanness?
So hold on, wait. Let me ask this one question, respectfully. I need to know who I'm talking to and where you're from. The brothers that's speaking. Where are you from, brother?
I'm from Africa via the Caribbean, born in London.
You're born in London? Yeah, because I need to know who I'm talking to first. Because
we got no white people on there, George. Don't worry. We don't have them kind of way there. No.
I know that he's not white, but the way he's forming the questions, he doesn't seem like a person from the diaspora. That's why I had to ask.
Okay.
Do you know what?
You can ask.
You see that IC3 is a classification that the police use for us over here. What's the American classification when they're talking on the radio for you guys in America?
What you mean? Wait, say that one more time, Rich.
Like how do they identify black people on the radio? Like if they say, "Oh, we got a perp," do they say African American?
Right over
do they say
around
he's
here.
Black?
So this guy's a cop?
No, I'm showing you why. I'm trying to show you why his question is fielded the way it is, because for him, again, based in this reparations conversation, and please stop me, IC3, if I'm quoting you wrong, like, again, based on us moving forward in getting certain rights or reparations or setting up certain institutions, as you know, George, and we've talked about before on other channels or whatever, it's important to understand what we're identifying ourselves as. Now, for me, on a quick one, again, in the diaspora, we need the classification as black to cut through all the other identification tags that everyone wants to hold. So for me, the black aspect helps for us on a quick identification one. Understanding your heritage connection, your inherited connection to Africa, again, is something That for me is a must and necessary. But not everybody's going to personally get that or feel their connection. So again, the black opposite.
But see, Richard,
But
you're
that's
right.
why he's
But,
asking.
but see, Richard, you're right. Everybody's not might not feel the African aspect, but if we learn from other groups, white people they fight amongst each other. They have different cultures, but in America they identify as being white. The Jews identify as being Jews. Black people have been conditioned to identify as individuals. They from Trinidad, and I'm Haitian. We don't like them. I'm from Philly. Fuck them Texas niggas. We do the same shit. So where everybody else look at us is just Negro. So,
But in Europe, they seem to kind of do. They definitely be like, I'm British and you're Scottish. They don't say we just white.
in America, they do this. In
No,
America,
right, in America, yes. In America, white people, if
unify
you're
being white.
if you're Scottish and you're German, you come to America, you just white. That's
Right.
it.
So that's
Right.
why I was saying we gotta learn how to strategize. The strategy was, what do you do with undesirable people? Either you send them back to Africa or you assimilate them. Our assimilation is keeping us divided because y'all got to study the Haitian War and we're in the Stoner rebellions. Why today in America and in the Caribbean do we look at each other with disdain from different countries? Because of the rebellion.
I can't hear you that well, brother. Macon, George.
Oh, y'all hear me?
George,
Wait.
your mic's fucking up, bro.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Fix it.
Am I better?
That's
Am I better?
exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, am I
Fix
better?
up, bro.
Am I better?
Yes, you better. You better.
Yeah, yeah,
Sound
yeah.
like
Yeah,
that.
I was saying that we gotta learn our history. We gotta understand that there was over 236 rebellions from the Caribbean to the Americas. And the reason why we see each other as different now and why we can't come together under our culture, because our rebellions is what ended slavery. So they had to create curriculums in different countries to keep us separate. So now when you go to certain places in the Caribbean, they want to be British. You come to America, we think we American. We want to be everything but our culture, but our people. So now I'm Jamaican, I'm Haitian, I'm African American. No, they moved and traded you Negroes around forever. After war, some of us went to Trinidad from South Carolina and North Carolina. Some of us went to Canada. So we're the same people. So we're supposed to take all of our history and do it the same way the Jews did. Never, we're supposed to have a never again. We got over 4,000 hangings. We got inventions. We got everything. But we don't use our history to empower us to make everybody else drop to their knees the way the Jews do. We don't do it.
Okay, what do you think
So
of
that's
this?
why.
What
Okay,
do
go ahead.
Yeah, what do you think of this? I beg to differ. So I'm going to do a summary of what I think your position is. You can then correct me, and then I'm going to state my position in contrast to your position. So, my understanding of what you're saying is if people classified as black were to have a better understanding of their history, then their history would give them their culture, and then by having an understanding of their culture, they can then move forward to do things, make things happen, and wake up and make things happen. I'm saying no. I'm saying that the solution is more hard and military, in terms that all that's needed is a code, and then a small number of people who can operate under that code, they can start to do things, and that others will see, and then others will want to join in. So just a bit like Marcus Garvey, he's basically laid down what the purpose is, what the purpose of his movement was, and his plan, and he just went ahead and did his thing, and then other people would want to join up with what Marcus Garvey was doing because they saw that he was making progress. So rather than try to get people to wake up, as it were, I'm saying, in contrast, we just need some tight organization between maybe even just a small number of people that can start doing something that will then become the culture.
All right, well, let me
So it's
break
a
it.
reverse.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that?
Richie, he hasn't never seen none of my content, has he? Where you at, Richie? This brother, you never seen none of my content.
Sorry, no. I don't think he has content.
All right, well, this is the thing. 'Cause everything you said, we talk about, but what you need to understand is you can't have no military or no militant way of thinking. You can't have nothing without a collective consciousness of a people agreeing on a common goal. When you brought up Marcus Garvey, well, before you had Marcus Garvey, you had Martin Delany, you had William Highland Garnett, you had Henry
Okay.
Turner, right? Yeah, and
Okay.
we're talking about the Americas. And
Okay.
his idea of that black nationalism came from Martin Delany. And what I'm trying to explain to you was the reason why I gotta respectfully say that that was a bad analogy. I agree with everything you said, but the way you use Garvey, that was a bad analogy because the people in America at that time was under severely overt racism, where genocide. They was genocide in our cities. They was hanging black men and women and babies, burning cities down. And federal law was supposed to protect us, but state law was not protecting us because we was under Jim Crow. So now when a Garvey was able to come to America, it was easy to galvanize the people off the way that he was speaking because he was already coming off the backs of other people. He didn't just come out of nowhere. We had Frederick Douglass before him. You had people that was already speaking the things that he was speaking about, and they set the platform for him to be able to come because the people was under overt tyranny. See, it would be harder to do it today because now we got this illusion of inclusion. Back then, we was excluded. So now when you have a brother that decides to stand out, and see, and this is the caveat to the conversation. He was Jamaican, but watch this. This is where a lot of people miss the point and how powerful this thing was. Because I'm a product of a Caribbean and African American. Today we all moving separately. But how was it that a Jamaican was able to come from Jamaica to America and lead a movement? Because we all seen each other as the same back then because we was under overt racism as opposed to
And I just want to say that, I think Richie said it when he first started the show. Like, is it that we're all gonna have to do? No, George said it when he came on that the way in which we deal with things might have to be a little bit different based off of where we are in the diaspora and the dynamics of where we are, right? So here in America, having a conversation just about being exclusive, doing something exclusively black, sometimes it's very difficult.
Why?
Even because black people have guilt. You want to talk about white guilt? Black people feel guilty leaving out of white folks out of stuff. When I talk to my friends, and say, I want to have a black dentist, they go, why the dentist got to be black? Now, why are you saying this? And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Why do my dentist got to be black?
You know why I'm melanated? Because what the white man did was, you can't keep these people enslaved because they want to keep rebelling. And then we had Eli Whitney created the cotton gin, so we had inventions. What they had to do was, in order to get you to stop fighting, was give you an illusion of inclusion. So now we've been raised up in an institution. Some of us have been raised around them. So some of us grew up in neighborhoods where we had no problem with white people because white people will let a couple of you token Negroes live around them just as long as you don't overrun the neighborhood. So we're broke off, especially in London though. We're broke off into different subgroups now where we can't agree because we got this illusion that we've been accepted.
No, I'm talking about regular black folks raised in Miami.
I agree.
Where that's all black. Raised in Brooklyn. Raised in Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm talking about they in the South. Or they around black people,
but they get their money from white people.
When
though,
you tell them that you want a black dentist, or hey, when you say, oh, we going to happy hour, and you be like, oh, do they got any black owned lounges that we could go to? And they're like, why does the lounge got to be black owned? They're literally like, I just don't understand. Like, just want to have fun.
Hey, Melanie, watch this.
That's that pre-programming response, though.
Let me ask one question, though, right? Watch this, right? Let me ask one question. Everybody answer this truthfully and honestly. Let's just keep it above. Let's just keep it a buck. We're gonna find out. Let's just separate the lie from the job for a minute. Now we talk this stuff, and we know we know what we're talking about because we know the history of our. But let's keep it real. Most of our people, if you went to get on a plane today, just today, and when you got on there, both pilots was black. Would anybody in the chat room double look for a minute and feel some type of way? We went to go get heart surgery, and the
So
doctor.
I be hyped. I be so
You,
proud.
watch this, Melanie.
Shit.
You might be hyped, but when we dealing with what I'm saying is when we dealing with the masses of our people, the reason why they would double take because it's not something that they're accustomed to seeing. We've been conditioned to believe that everybody else that we don't know our history. So, how many times you get on a plane and you see two black pilots? Unless you're in Africa, in America, you're not going.
No.
So what I'm saying is when you that's going to make you say, "Oh shit," because the stigma. Stigmatized us. That stuff is in your head because we grew up in this culture. So we actually see ourselves the way they told us to see ourselves. That's why.
Is history strong enough?
Yeah, what's it, bro?
Is knowledge of history strong enough?
Yeah,
No.
it changes. It the knowledge of history. IC3. What it does is it changes something psychologically for you.
Really?
Right? Yes. Yes. The knowledge of history that when I learned about the history of my hair and how important it is, right? When I learned about what when the warriors wore their hair in locks, now when I rock my locks, it's not a fashion statement. You feel me? This got history with it. It's something deeper. When I learned about how our people understood what 9 ether hair, the coil of our hair, it's a lot. It's not. It's different than saying I'm going to the salon. I'm going to just do my hair. Da, 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 da. Sorry for my little animal barking. Hold on, I gotta go on mute.
Oh, calm the dog down. Yeah. Yeah. So I understand the value of history. Yes, it's valuable, but it does not seem to be enough by itself.
Well, for some people it is though. I think you gotta, I think we all we share it, and this is why Richie's question was so important. Should we be talking to white folks? What we should be doing is we should be educating each other about things like that. So what I do is I take opportunities and I talk to sisters about their hair. I talk to sisters about their skin. I talk to sisters about, the importance of who we were, things that we've done, like important Black women in history and things of that sort. So our women were not busting it wide open and twerking and shit and over sexualizing themselves to be considered a queen, to be considered marriable, to be to gain any sort of notoriety or attention from men. That's not who we are.
Hey, let me say this real quick too, brother. I got to call out a contradiction in what you said just now, based off of what you said before.
Okay.
Steve, this is this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off because I got to eat my food. This is the thing. We do need a more militant style. We need to get together in groups. But when you brought up a Marcus Garvey and you talked about the way we should be moving, the only way you can move with that is based off of you have to have a historical reference to why we're doing it. The only way people come together is based off of experiences, past, present, and what the accomplishment of the goal would be going forward. So now the past is what brings
you sure?
together. Yeah, I'm positive. There's no other way you can get behind it because you come from somewhere. We're in the present, and then you're going tomorrow. You're not going to be able to go to nobody and unify Black people and without knowing their background first, because you got to know who you're walking with, knowing what you're at now, and then knowing what you're going to manifest for tomorrow. So what I'm saying is, with Marcus Garvey, he was able to get those people, to galvanize those people based off of their past experience, and created a new matrix for them going forward that they can look at and say, "Hey, I want to be a part of that." So there has to be a historical reference that unifies us. Other than that, there is nothing. There's no way you can get around that. It's impossible to do it. That's not the world works. The world works. That's just nature.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, panel. Yeah. Can I ask a quick question? The guy that's talking, he said he wants to go off and have his dinner. Just before he leaves, can I have him a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is Black culture, please?
Say again.
What is Black culture?
Could you introduce yourself for a second, just so we know who we're talking to?
Oh, sorry. I thought my name was already on the screen. Viado, yeah? I'm
Well,
speaking from UK.
Black culture,
Yeah.
black culture, black culture is not just one aspect, because you have black people all over the world that cultures is created based off the environment that they're in. Even in Africa, you have different tribes that have different culture. So in America, or in the diaspora period, from the Caribbean to the Americas to Canada, our culture represents our experiences that makes us who we are today. Our inventions, slavery, our fights, all the wars we fought in, all the accomplishments, everything is our culture here. Once we got interrupted, when we were separated from our tribal culture. So our culture, unless since 1952, is the culture we created here.
Oh, I didn't.
Right. Okay. So is it right for me to say that black culture is American history?
Yes. It's part of it.
It's not the whole thing.
Good question.
Black culture is part of it. And I think that was kind of a trick question. So okay, Brother George, I know you're gonna go in. I just want to say this, right? There are plenty of people who don't want to join under the banner of black, right? And those people, there's a whole line, and you can be under whatever banner you want to. But there is a global group of black, and for those who choose to identify as black, us as part of the black banner, we understand that there are different types of black, and we embrace all of them. So Haitian is black, Dominican is black, Panamanian is black,
my sister.
Nigerian is
yes,
black. American
yes, I know that, but
no,
I hear you. But
so
what George was saying was no. He said something very interesting. Yeah, he mentioned a word, and like fast we just went over it.
What's the word?
Slavery.
Yes.
Yeah. He mentioned slavery. Yeah.
Yes.
Slavery, American transatlantic slavery. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the inception.
No. The history. It's part of.
That's the inception he's talking about. Yes, that is the inception George is talking about. Yeah.
That's not.
No. The black people in America today, you are the descendants of enslaved Africans.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
Listen. If you were listening to the entire show, what he said is that we need to know our history. Our history didn't start in damn 1865. We had history before that, right? So that's the part
I know
is that the education, right? Because if I walk up to the average Black American and I say, "What is Kemet?" They don't even know what the fuck Kemet is.
Well,
education.
Melanie,
no.
You need to stop being stuck. No. What he's talking about.
No, any culture before the transatlantic slavery is not black history. It's not black culture.
Wait.
You hear that?
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's slow down for a minute. I want to hear you said. Hold on. You said the transatlantic slave is not black culture. That's what you said.
No, he said anything before
that. No, it is black culture. That's the inception.
So anything before that is not black culture.
It's not black culture. No.
I'm listening. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm listening. So
yes, because cultures have a name. Cultures have a language. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cultures have a language. Cultures have a name.
But
yes. If you're saying black culture, what is the language and what's the name?
Let's unpack that. Hold on. Let's unpack that, because now, respectfully, you're showing your ignorance, meaning that you don't know. Right? What you just said disqualified. And now I got to
explain yourself.
Let me explain. What you're saying is culture has a language. I don't disagree with that. I will agree with that. You deal with European people; they have a culture, they have food, they have a dress, a clothing, and and it's all connected to a government. I get all of that. What happened was we talk about the Negro culture here because we've been separated. See, my last name is Macon, not Zugu or Google that's connected to a culture. We were stripped all of that. So now what unifies us here in America as Negro people, which we are not, it is our experiences once we got here in 1552 all the way up until today.
Yes.
Our invention.
Yes, that's the inception.
Hold on. Let me qualify it, because now when we have these conversations, we got to understand that black people have been displaced in different places, so we've been separated from that.
Yeah, we know that.
Basic
stuff, man.
hold on.
Yes,
No,
but
let
you
him
was
finish.
something
No,
before that.
I
You
see
was
three.
something before
I
that.
see three. I see three. Let him finish.
Hold up.
Go
But
ahead.
if you know that when you come on with African Americans, you should be mindful of that when you speaking of that because you disqualified yourself.
No, brother. You was something before that. What was you before that?
Again, you're
They
still not.
came and took you away. They
You're
took you
still not.
away.
You're
You
still
was
not
not
listening.
black before they
Hold
took you
on.
away.
Now see
Well, he's
again.
black now.
Again, hold on, Melanator. Hold on,
Right.
Melanator.
So it's the inception.
Hold on, Melanator, because this is easy. I
But
get
but
this.
guess what? The Yoruba people are black too. So
Nah,
what you
nah.
trying to say?
Now
What
hold
you
on.
trying to say, bro? What you trying to say? They black too.
God. Now hold
You
on,
are
Y'all
identifying with
Somalis,
skin color.
y'all black
Let's
too.
slow down. Let's slow
Ethiopians,
down.
no,
they
hold on. Let's
black
slow down.
too.
Hello.
It's
Can we slow
2020.
down?
It's 2020. Y'all
Now
black
hold.
too. That's it. Bottom line.
Now hold
Next.
on, because I want him to talk himself out because I'm listening to him. Now this is the thing.
Next.
This is the mistake. This is the mistake that's being made. This is the mistake that's being made because he talked about culture. He came and talking about culture. So now, if you go down to Jamaica, some of them can trace their people back to the Akan people, right? But a lot of Jamaicans that if you talk to them, they don't have a frame of reference for that. When you deal with people in the diaspora, especially in the Americas and some in the Caribbean, depending on where you go, a lot of them don't have that strong connection to Africa the way that they would in London or certain places because we've been separated so much from it. In the Americas, it's even worse. You got people walking around calling themselves Sanders, Johnson, and everything else. So what happened was once we was interrupted from our original culture, we created a culture in the land that we were in. So what I'm saying is when we having these intellectual conversations, you have to know that and come in and address it in that manner. If not, you disqualify yourself because we already know we was stolen from Africa, from maybe a Wolof people, maybe a Yoruba, maybe a Fulani or a Hausa. We know, but we've been separated from that, and you've been cut off from that. So now, once we know that we've been cut off, because my last goddamn name is Macon, my culture is Ida B. Wells. My culture is Paul Robeson. My culture is the Stono Rebellion. Charles Dessalines. My culture is 1804.
I agree with you.
Is.
I absolutely agree with everything you're saying. I absolutely do. I agree with what you're saying. Yes, from the inception. Yes, that is your culture from that inception. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what we're concerned with. So you want every diasporan, yeah, that has from the same inception have to know that history.
I agree.
So
No.
I get that.
They don't have
I
to.
get that. Yes.
We don't have to, but we should.
You have to understand. Yes. Yeah. When you created your culture, yeah, there was a system already in place. Yeah. You was working within a system.
Okay.
The system of white supremacy. Yeah. The system was there. You was just operating. Yes, a global system that the diasporans were operating within. Yeah, but they found their own identity.
Wait. Let him finish, please. I can't hear what he's saying. Let him finish.
You found your own identity within that system.
Correct.
Yeah? Then you called it black.
Yeah.
Yeah? That's your culture. Yes, I do get it. So to understand who you are and where you came from, you have to study that culture. But what I'm telling you is that culture is corrupted because it's built on top of a system. Yeah.
Right.
So you have to go beyond, the inception time. You have to go beyond that. And when you go beyond that, you find out that there are cultures, languages, yeah, and people that do not identify with their skin color.
Okay.
Vic, this is what I'm gonna say to that. This is what I'm gonna say to that. Within every African culture, yeah, all of their mores will still, reflect themselves, seeing themselves within nature. You understand? Which inherently is tied to their color. In an all-black society, as we've talked about on other shows, again, I don't need to reference
Thank you,
black
Richie.
people. You understand? Because it's an unnecessary thing. But don't ever think that back in ancient times, man didn't describe themselves or describe the various hues and phenotypes that we've got across Africa. There wasn't this thing where suddenly, because this all black people, we just don't know about blackness or understand our own reflection eternal within nature, where
I disagree. I disagree. I disagree.
And all of them in ways there.
I disagree.
What is the gentleman's name? You said your name was Victor? What's your name?
Yeah.
Okay, so Victor, right? If you were raised, right, in a country that is 98% what we call black, 2% what most people understand what Arab is, right? And then you come home and you say, Mom, I saw a man walking down the street and he went and he was checking to see if people's car door was open. Do you think your mother would ask you if it was a black man or if it was an Arab? Probably not, right? Probably not. There are places as George Macon said, in America, that 9 times out of 10, people don't say, yo, I met this black girl the other day, or yo, I met a nice, handsome looking black man. We don't have to say them things because every freaking body walking in, out the store, the person you seeing, you go in your apartment building, you go to your school. When I was elementary, all of my school teachers was black. All of my school teachers was black. My principal was black. The people in the cafeteria was black. All the kids in my class was black. I didn't know what it was to be around white people in America. So was my race relevant to me then? No. I was a little girl.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. Listen.
But
my
I
sister.
promise you, when I got to high school, listen to me. You gotta when I got to high school, and I am now 20% of the student population. I'm one of 20% of the student population. The dynamics was different. My interactions with my teachers was different. I felt a difference in my race. When they had student body and people was running for president and vice president, no one that was elected looked like me. When they had the prom committee, they didn't play not one piece of Belle Biv DeVoe, you know what I'm saying? No Mary J. Blige, no shit like that at the prom. Because there was nobody black on the prom committee. They was playing their white people music. You feel me? So you can't say that so if you was Jamaican and you would have been at the prom, you would have felt the same way. If you was Haitian and you was at the prom, you would have felt the same way. If you was from UK and you came last week and you at the damn prom, because you want to know why? Because all of we is what? Black. So none of our culture would have been represented there. So if you want to call call the nation, the name of the nation that makes you feel better because you say the person is Nigerian, that makes you feel better. Hey, I don't care. I'll tell you. Hey, Ethiopian, nice to meet you.
Let me explain something to you. Please. Yeah, let me explain something to you. This is a deep psychological issue with us, right? Listen, just place your mind back into 1500s, right? When they took the Africans, and they enslaved them, right? When they were taking the Africans, those Africans had a culture. They had a language. They had a name. Hold on. They had a name of that culture, right? They took them out. They stripped them of everything. Everything, language, culture, name, everything. Then in place of that, they gave them, a system to work with, with a language, with a name, is a new set of ideas. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yes, the language you speak was given to you. Hold on. Let me finish. The language you was given was given to you. Yes, it was given to you. The word black was given to you. Yes, and they told you to identify with your skin. Yes, with your skin color. Colorism is the racial construct. Listen, no. Let me finish.
No, Vic. They wanted to identify you by your skin. They made the distinction. You already knew what you are and who you are.
Yes, but we never called ourselves black. We never called ourselves black.
We called ourselves by
Hold on.
People that only call themselves black are the diasporans. A coincidence.
Cherry in the house.
1 second. One second.
Hang on.
Right, first most, Victor. Right. Why do you identify yourself as Victor?
I'm a Krobo.
A what?
Exactly. That's my African cultural name.
Wait, listen. Why did you pick up an English name? Because it's not that deep. You're making.
Look, hold on. That wasn't down to me, was it? But I made sure that I never repeated the same mistake.
Hold on. Your parents still chose Victor, and you still carried to take that name. Yes or no?
Listen. Victor, I've got my African name. Every African has a Christian name, yes, and a traditional name.
Why are you
We still use the name Victor.
What are you doing being a Christian? See?
No. I'm telling you. Listen. Africans on the continent were colonialized. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What?
Stop.
Listen.
I want to speak to that. Wait a minute.
Listen.
Wait. Let me just say this one thing, and I'm gonna shut up. I promise. This is the problem that me and Richie have this conversation all the time. Almost all the time on the phone. Listen, when you talking to a brother like me, and you explaining to me about what we went through, you gotta understand something. When Ghana gets their bank back from France, and they get that love of crackatosis out of them too, the same way we got, because through their colonization, a lot of African people put white people over their own people. Tell me why Seymour Michel was killed in Mozambique. Let's look at what the effect of apartheid did on the minds of Africans. Colonization in West Africa. We're fucked up across the board. They love that white Jesus over there in Ghana and in different places.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Saying to you,
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not saying that Africans on the continent are superior to you. No, I'm not saying that.
Let him finish. Because I think he was to bring it home.
Before you come here to tell us something that we know, like I always tell my brother Richie, I love Africa, but Africa's the mother. They got to get their stuff together first before they come.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Absolutely, I agree with you. We are damaged. Yes, on the continent and in the diaspora. Yes, we are damaged.
This is the caveat. Listen, we've been stripped of. Watch this. We've been stripped of everything. Listen, I live in Philadelphia. We got a place called Little Africa. Philadelphia was the place where all the free people came. Philadelphia was one of the ports where the Africans came in too. So it's thousands of Africans here, right? When I see them, they still have intact language, intact food, intact culture. But then they come here with all of that intact stuff that we've been stripped of, and they got white Jesus. So when I see that shit, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here with that. Don't come talk to me about nothing. You got what everything I'm trying to search to find out my history, and they come over here with a white fucking Jesus.
Now you see the problem we have.
And they got culture still.
This is why.
Now you see we've got a deeper problem.
So Victor, this is my point, right? We have got to get, as people of the diaspora. So the diaspora is not every place but Africa. The diaspora is actually including Africa because it's people who are spread from Africa, right? So we have to get to a point where if black, you don't like the term black, I will call you what the fuck you I got Moors, Hebrews, we got 5%er, Nation of God on Earth, and Nation of Islam. I don't care what you want me to call you, right? Because I'm gonna say that's my black brother. I don't have to say it to you. I don't have to say it out loud. That's gonna offend you. I won't say it. See what I'm saying? We can't get caught up on, we can't unite under black. Some people are gonna say, well, you know what? Because the Moors, they don't like the term black either. They say that they're Moors. So can we get everybody in the whole diaspora to band under the title Moor?
Right. Let me tell you, sister, like, the reason why that is, those labels, was constructed, and given to us, for the diasporans, to bring confusion in these times that we're in. So this was predicted. It was going to happen. There's going to be a lot of confusion. But listen, the only thing that's going to unite us as a race of people, that everybody has to come.
We don't
tell us, Victor. I want to hear this.
Listen,
what's going to unite us? Yes.
Listen, the only thing that's going to unite us as a people, irrespective of what your beliefs are, or what ideology you follow, you have to, do you know what I'm saying, to understand the skin that you're in. Yes, because you have it on you.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You have to understand the science. You have to understand the science behind melaskin. Yes.
No,
Once you do that,
we can't go
automatically, you will unite with your own people.
That's not IC3.
We are a spiritual people. We are a spiritual people. We are a spiritual people.
So we are.
We should go. I think we should go with IC3 then. If you talking about the skin we in, right? Because you over there in the UK, you know what IC3 mean, right? So are you IC3, Victor? Victor, are you IC3? See or no?
IC3 is the code given by the Metropolitan Police to identify Africans.
I understand. Listen, I'm just asking you, right? If I was to read up IC3 and I'm like, I wonder if this is Victor. I'm just saying, for the sake of answering the question, Victor, come on, don't be difficult.
But I view IC3 derogatory.
Are you black, Victor? Are you black? Are you black?
I'm an African.
Vic,
I'm an African.
Vic, you just talked about the importance of the melaskin. So
they got white Africans.
Stop that right now, Vic. You've just done a full circle and bring us back.
Victor, don't they got white Africans? So how we supposed to know what that's not distinctive enough?
Hey, let me say this because he made a catastrophic mistake. See, and this I listen intently. Watch this, right? Watch this. Because see, I could be in Africa, I could be in America. I could be right here on the corner of 56th Street. Right here, I could be in Africa, somewhere in Lagos, right? And I'll hear brothers say, hey, I'm African American. I'll hear brothers say, hey, I'm African. The problem that we have is not us unifying under black. The problem is they did a number on us with this white Jesus and this Muhammad, to the point where if this white man get washed in the blood of Christ, he becomes your brother over the African or African American that don't get washed in the blood. If he is separated from Muhammad, he becomes your brother over the African that don't accept Muhammad.
Preach, brother, preach.
So we address this. That's the issue. We ain't got nothing to do with unifying under black. We can't unify under black because when I walk in the room and the brother's a Muslim and I want to practice E5, we got a problem.
That's it. You're on the same level now.
Go ahead, Richard.
There you go.
No. Okay, let me ask the question. If all of us in a room, right? Yeah, we all black in a room, right? And somebody comes in there looking for one of us, yeah, and turns around and tells you that I'm looking for that black guy over there.
Which black guy? I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta say like the one with the bald head, the one with the big beard. I don't know which black guy. It's a little couple of black guys.
Bro, that's a bad analogy. You
Listen. Let me tell you this. Right, this is a true story. One day I was going. They told me that I had to have a surgery. Right, and they was like, "Is there anything that that you would like to request or whatever?" And I said, "Well, if I could request, I would like to have a black surgeon." Right? I never did anything like that before. Right? I don't know if she practiced E5, Jesus Christ is her Lord and Savior, or she believed in the Prophet Muhammad. I don't know. But guess what? I had a beautiful black lady. She was so nice. She came in there. She talked to me before I had the surgery. She talked to me afterwards. And I was happy. I was like, she's smart. She did the surgery. She's intelligent. She get little credit for having a good surgery. See what I'm saying? Like, we got to not be like George says, right now, if I tell somebody I don't believe in Jesus Christ in America, where these black people here are washed away in the blood of God, Jesus, right? They are washed. They are looking at me like I'm an enemy. I might as well be a white person. I might as well.
They would kill you in Africa. They would kill you in Africa.
You know what? To make it simple, right? If I said unification, right, around the world, around the globe, if I put three aspects up, which one would people gravitate to? Melanin, African, or black?
Melanin.
I think black. Because
man, you can have a whole bunch of Indian people up in there because them people is dark.
But I think black because that's like a universal that we use. 'Cause
You say melanin.
no,
Listen, the black is a noun. Is a noun. Black is a noun. Yes,
So
it's
is
a
melanin.
noun.
Perspective.
Yeah, black is a noun. Yeah,
So is melanin.
Victor,
Melanin's
that
a
is
noun
your
too.
perspective.
yeah, black
You can
is a
buy
noun.
melanin.
What
Do you
is
know that
the
you can buy
law
melanin?
with black?
Do you know that someone can buy melanin? Do you know that they can buy it? It's
Victor,
on the stock market.
Jesus is a noun.
perspective.
So is Jesus. So is
No,
Right,
Muhammad.
Vic, yo, listen. Everyone, calm down. Yeah, one person at a time. Vic, hold up for 1 second. Terry, what is you saying? What are you asking him?
what I'm saying is at the end of the day, Vic is saying what he's saying. But what I'm saying is melanin in its format is in Vic's perspective of what he sees melanin. But not everybody will know about melanin because it's only the people that have studied it or read it or understood it. But if we were putting people in forms of unification, the first protocol that people would know is black.
Right. Are we and that's just again from a layman's term. Would you not agree with that, Vic?
No, I wouldn't, because black comes with a code. Yes, it comes with a code. It's constituted in American law. If you identify with black, you're 3/5 human. You're not fully human. You are 3/5
So what
human.
about Negroes? What about
Vic,
like?
once
Well, I'm
we
saying
use-
that these names changed, right? So once we unify,
Negro was what they used to call you before the word black came into existence.
No, listen. You see, you're listening, but you're not listening and
Hold
hearing.
up.
What I'm
What you mean
trying to say
before black came
is that once we unify, we can come up without a different name. That is something minor. You're making something minor, major, and making it a big barrier to progression. A name is something
Major, my sister. It's major.
No,
it's
it's
major.
really not.
You don't understand the language you're speaking. You don't understand. The language you're speaking is not your language. Yes? Your language that you speak was spoken by white people, ancient white people.
So why
You don't own that language.
Victor,
You do not own that language.
You're right.
Victor, so why do you speak English?
Because you did for you to understand me. For you to understand me.
Exactly.
If I spoke my language, you would not understand me.
Exactly.
If I spoke my African language, you won't understand me.
Listen,
in your African language, do you know how to describe colors? Is there a word for black?
Listen, we have a word for black, but we don't identify with that word.
Hold up. Did that exist before white people?
Listen, the color existed, but the word that describes the color never existed. Until listen. The color existed prior to the name black.
Yeah, but
the color always existed.
Hold up, everyone. Are there different phenotypes within Africa? Meaning, are there different types of people that have different hues, brown to black?
We don't identify with color in Africa. We identify with our culture and language. Yes.
Listen very carefully. People still have a look to them, right? So if I'm describing someone, yeah, and I already know, okay, they're Fulani, they're Nigerian, they're whatever, they're the Hausa tribe, they're whatever. But again, they still carry a phenotype. There's still a description that if I needed to talk to somebody, I could use that to describe what you look like. Whether or not I'm
color
saying,
has nothing to do with phenotype. Color has nothing to do with phenotype. Color has nothing to do with phenotype. No, phenotype is a structure. It's a bone structure. It's a face structure. It's a bone structure. It's not color.
Victor, in the Yoruba language, black means dudu, means black. If you're light skinned, it will be pupa, and that is Yoruba language. We've identified.
Right. Which Yoruba do you know identify with dudu?
No, wait. We've identified that a long time ago because there's always a differentiation of color complexions.
Right, but they don't identify with dudu, do they?
Huh? Yes, they do.
Which Yoruba person do you know goes around calling themselves dudu?
Because we will say dudu meaning that that person is black.
But they will say I'm Yoruba first, wouldn't they?
No, if I'm in my own class,
you're dead now, isn't it?
clan,
Come on, Vic.
if I'm in my own Yoruba clan with my own people,
It's getting heated.
I'll say that guy there is a doo-doo.
Doo-doo.
All right, my friend, what are you? And you say I'm a doo-doo, yes? And they will ask you, what is doo-doo? Yes, what is doo-doo?
Black.
Listen, Vic.
Hey Terry, I'm 42. I'm 42% Nigerian. My DNA test says. So what's my Nigerian name? What's my Nigerian name?
Pupa. Light skin boy.
Hey, I think the mistake that Victor's making, though, and the argument is when they brought slaves over, they didn't just bring slaves over from one big tribe that all spoke the same language. They brought slaves.
Y'all couldn't hear me.
Yeah, they brought Fulani people over. They brought Igbo people over. They brought Wolof people over, and these people spoke many different languages to the point where that's where your Creole languages come from. Because when they was down in Louisiana and Alabama, they began to create their own dialects. That's where the Geechee came from.
George, please, be honest to yourself.
I wanted to say something.
Yes, be honest with yourself. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, and let's be real. Let's be honest and real.
1 second, Victor. 1 second. The sister wants to say something, and then you can respond. Go to melanated, because our mic is low, so we're not.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. Victor, you were speaking about Africa, right? Like how Africans do this, and I don't, with all due respect, I don't think that one person can speak for the entire continent of how Africans do things, right? So if you are, though, going to make that attempt, so in the white South Africans, there's no name to distinguish between white South Africans and the black South Africans. They're all South Africans, because I believe they're called Afrikaans, right? They have a whole different name that says they're white. Afrikaans means you're white, and South African mean you black, right? So clearly, on the continent of Africa, they have two eyes. Some people got four with their glasses that can say, you different than me. And they have names to distinguish that difference. So how are you going to say that's not an African thing to do? Like, bruh, come on now. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Listen. Hello. Listen. Yeah. Before the name South Africa came, right? What was the identity that Africans were identifying with? Even the name Africa, before the name Africa came, what was they identifying with?
Was there white people there, or was they not?
No. They're black South Africans. What were they identifying with before the name South African came to them?
Are there not white people there now? Can we talk?
No, I'm asking you. You said there's black people there called South Africans.
I'm saying clearly.
No, you said that white people are called Afrikaans. You said they are called Afrikaans. I get that. That's true. That is true. They are called Afrikaans. They are the descendants of Dutch people. Yeah, they are the descendants of the Boers. The Boers are Dutch. They are called Afrikaans. So I do agree with you. But I'm asking you, what did the Africans identify with before the label South African?
Well, I think that what we're speaking, when we talk about unity.
No. Right? What you're trying to tell me is Africans didn't know themselves before the word South Africa came to them. That's what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to tell you is that Africans, right, have changed because their country is called South Africa. They didn't keep what the name it was before the white people got there. So
yeah, but who called it South Africa? Who called it South Africa? We never called it South Africa.
They're calling it South Africa right now, though. That's the point. They calling it South Africa right now.
Yes, so yes, I know, because we are all under a system. We are in a system of white supremacy. Yes, yeah. We are in a system. You have to recognize the system. If you don't recognize what system you're in, anything that you do is a delusion. Do you understand? You're in a system. The system is so strong, yeah, that you can't even see it.
But Victor,
but you have to see it.
You go tell them to change their name. You go tell them they had a name. Go tell them to change their name.
1 minute.
No.
1 minute.
I'm not on no one side, you know. I'm not on no one side. I'm an African, but I think my people are just as damaged. Yeah.
But Victor, 1 minute, Victor. You're taking something too deep. You're opposing your opinion. Yeah.
No.
Hold on, wait. If I am trying to unify people across the globe, I'm going to find the easiest word to gravitate people to a place. And if I find that black is the easiest, I'm going to choose it. It's as simple. Then when we're in the house,
no, my brother.
No, wait.
My brother, you're not understanding.
I understand where you're
My
coming
brother.
from. But you're imposing your opinion. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say to you, as a form of a collective, as certain people, there's certain layman people out here. Some people don't know the knowledge. Some people don't have the information. But they know one thing. They know that they are black people. So if I'm having a big event and I want to put an event out there, I'm going to say, yeah, black event. I ain't going to say melanin event, because some people are going to say, what the hell is that?
Black Lives Matter. Everyone gets.
Why do you think people gravitate to Black Lives Matter for? That says it on its own. Black Lives Matter. People came in drones.
You got man in Africa, man in America, man in Australia, man wherever. Again, it's an easy collective.
Listen. You guys, you just said I'm taking it deep. Yeah, I have to take it deep, because do you think it was easy for them to give you the name black? Do you know what they had to do before they gave you the name black? Do you think it was easy for them to enslave us? Did you know what they had to do?
Diaspora, everybody's saying Black Lives Matter, Victor. What do you think about
what
that?
I'm saying to you is, they gave you that label. They gave you. Did you know what they had to do?
About the unifying power, though. What do you have to say about the unifying power?
How can you unify when you're in trauma? How can you unify when you're in trauma? We're not in trauma.
Hey, Vic,
we're not recognizing the issue.
Hey, real quick. Let me say this real quick. Do you know before they gave you black, they gave you Jesus first? They had to give you the indoctrination. First, they had to tie you to a tree and beat the African out you. Then they had to give you a Jesus. Then over a time, you went from nigger to Negro to colored to African to black to African American. So we went through different phases of names. But the first thing they had to do was beat the black out you. The second, by killing off the warrior class. The second part they had to do was indoctrinate you with white Jesus. They could not give you black or none of that stuff until they indoctrinated you with a white Jesus. So what I'm saying is, you're worrying about black, but you're not attacking this white Jesus. This white Jesus.
No. The white Jesus thing, yeah, we'll get to that. But we're talking about, the culture, yeah. And you identify with it.
Jesus is part of the culture. Jesus is a big part of the culture.
Yeah. Jesus is part of black culture, yes. Jesus is black culture, yes.
Well, black culture's in Nigeria, bruh. Black culture's in Nigeria.
No. We've got Yoruba, we've got Igbo, we've got Hausa. Yeah,
they got Jesus. All of them got Jesus.
I know they've got Jesus. They have Jesus too. I know. I understand what you're saying.
Mark, Luke, John, Genesis to Revelations, boy, it's over there. They getting baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, the same way that they doing in Dagon.
This is what I'm saying. Like, we have a deep problem.
Yeah, yes? but wait a minute. Let me say this real quick. Because this is the problem that's being left out. Yes, they extracted a couple millions of blacks, African people from Africa. But what they did, the most powerful thing they did was the apartheid, the colonization of West Africa, apartheid in South Africa, the destruction of North Africa, and the colonization of East Africa with those religions. Because if you took our parent and you colonized and fucked our parent up and keep the countries dilapidated and poor, the diaspora can't function. So what I'm saying is that the black part is one thing, but it's the colonization of Africa, period, to the point where you got Yoruba, but that white Jesus, that belief in that white Jesus.
Yes, I agree with you. It's called white supremacy, European imperialism. It's imperialism, European imperialism. That's white supremacy. That's why we are in this predicament.
What I'm trying to tell you is, when you look at us calling ourselves black, that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is taking our parents and indoctrinating them so they can't save nobody. See, everybody else got a diaspora that protects us.
Listen, before I started, I told you I'm a spiritual person. Yeah, we are a spiritual people. We are a spiritual people. Yes, we are a spiritual people. Yes, if you want to get deep, we are a spiritual people. We don't identify with color. Yes, we are a spiritual people. So for you, yes, I'm not saying forget your history. I am not asking you to forget your history. No.
Listen,
I am not asking you to forget your history. Your history is very important.
Hold up, everyone. Hold up, everyone. Hold up, everyone. Hold up, everyone. Victor, you talked about the importance of melaskin. Yeah, melanin, yeah, has activation properties. So when you're talking about your spiritual, it's directly connected to that melanin, right? That's an amplifier of that spirit, right? Okay.
Yes.
So therefore, you being black is relevant, then, isn't it? It's relevant.
No. Listen, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you.
No.
Yeah,
I've understood you very clearly. That's why I just re-explained just quickly what you was emphasizing when you're saying we need to know about melaskin. Yeah, and remember, as we've already identified, not everyone's gonna be hip to the game on that level. That's why more people are going to need, as my friend just said, an entry level, yeah, into this conversation, which is being black. That's why on that premise.
What I'm trying to say, no.
Vic, hold up. Yeah, that's why on the premise of unifying and understanding again, because remember, I got to bring it back to what the show was originally about. Again, should we be including white people in our conversation? Should we be including someone who doesn't look like us in certain conversations? That's where this conversation began. So this is why, again, the blackness is important. Because, again, how am I supposed to? That's where we're starting this premise from. So as much as, again, we've gone into a slightly sideways dialogue about African and blackness and how people identify. And again, I'm with you, Vic, as far as when we know ourselves and we know our family bloodlines and we know more about our own histories, then it is easier for me to identify myself with my name of my family, or the tribe, or however you wish to describe it. But within that, as Terry has already showed you, there's still language to help us describe what each other looks like within the confines of us just socially interacting with each other, let alone your point where, again, you was about to tell us the importance of melanin and how it's directly connected to our greatness. And again, if you're saying you're spiritual, I'm going to take it that greatness and that melanin is directly tapped in to you being your great and black self. You understand? So there's no getting away from it. Wherever you want to go, this is what irks white people, because even if they can have a conversation about certain things, because they know they're missing that key element, it keeps them separated from these esoteric, one of your nice words, meanings of the deeper knowledge that we're talking about and that we know as Africans. This is what excludes them. That's why when you're saying, boy, you know what, they gave us this term, nah. They already knew there was a clear distinction. You understand? That's it. There's politics when they're delivering it and how they're trying to, black, white masters. Great. But again, that doesn't differ from us understanding the inherent connection that the blackness gives you and the constant connection in the universe. That's why we've been talking about triple darkness, all these concepts from way back when, before white people was around. To give any input, we recognize these things. We recognized ourselves in nature. So again, Vic,
there's no pyramid.
You're killing yourself because, as I said, on the layman scale,
you're not allowing me to listen. Allow me to explain myself. Allow me to explain myself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Victor.
allow me to explain myself.
Yeah.
Before you explain yourself, Victor,
Oh my God.
quickly. Let me explain something quickly. Yeah, is that you've got an African name, yeah, first most, but for you to able to connect to everybody around to make it much more easier, you use the name Victor. Am I right to saying that?
I use the name what?
Victor.
Victor.
Yes, yeah, that's what's on the screen. Yes.
Yeah, so you use that for people to easily identify you.
Yes, by my name. Yes.
Okay, so isn't it the same?
No, meaning that you don't use your African name.
So
You use that name.
Yeah. So
yeah, but my African people know me by my African name already.
Yeah. So in saying that, isn't it much more easier to just use and black instead of using the melanin at this precise moment in form of unification?
No.
Explain.
Let me explain myself. Yes.
Yes.
Please, everybody,
I'm
listen to
listening.
what I've got to say to you. Right. Okay. The word black, yes, the noun black, yeah, is from a language. Yes. It's Africans don't hold exclusive rights to that language because we did not formulate that language. Yeah. When you look at the word, where the word black comes from, it comes from the English language. Yes. English people speak English. That's them. African people do not speak English. Yes. It's spoken predominantly by English Anglo-Saxon people. Right?
Bro, where's the chronological?
Hold on. Let me explain something
Let
to
him
you.
finish. Let him finish.
Let me explain something to you. Listen. Let me explain something to you. Yes. Before the meaning of the word black was changed to mean an African looking person. Yes. It meant, yes, a white, pale person, a sorcerer, a person that does spells, magic. That's what it was meant for. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
the English language, yeah, is a spell language. It's a language called Grimoire, meaning spellbound language. You don't have exclusive rights to that language. Yes.
Okay.
When they formulated the word black, yes, the meaning of the original word of black did not mean an African. Yes,
okay.
But they changed it to mean an African for a reason.
Okay. And
they changed the meaning of the word black. Yes, for an African to identify with for a reason. This is the reason you have to find out. Once you know the reason, yeah, bro, basically the reason is, yeah, let me just give you a little historical background. Yeah, listen to me. Yeah, Africans, yeah, moved up into Spain, yeah, and conquered a group of Europeans called the Visigoths. The Visigoths, they were ruling Spain at that time. These Visigoths are Germanics. They are Germans, yeah. The Moors, so-called Moors, they ran them out, not by fighting with them. All the Moors did was to build up a little township called Cordoba, make it so nice for the people within Spain to recognize, yeah, and sort of ignore the rule of the Visigoths. So the people ignored them, the Visigoths lost power and naturally just left. Right.
Okay.
On that day, yeah, it brought shame onto the Visigoths. So what they did, because they are sorcerers, they are, yeah, magicians. So what they did, they took the language called Old English. Old English. Before English came, it was called Old English. They took the language, and in that language, there was the word called Blake. Yeah, Blake. Listen, Blake meant a person, pale-skinned person who is skilled, yeah, in forging like swords and shit. Yeah. So what they did, they took that derogatory word, yeah, and when the English word, when the Old English mutated into modern English, yeah, they changed and said, we are going to use this word, yeah. So if any African or the descendants of the Moors that embarrassed us use it, yeah, it will automatically give us, yeah, supremacy and make them less of human if you identify with the word. And they put the spell on the word and gave it to you.
Okay.
So listen, since the word was given to you, have you progressed as a race of people? But have they progressed as the race of people? Yes, they've progressed, and you are still in their supremacy.
Hold on.
You are still identifying with a spell word.
Okay. Well, hold it.
As long as you identify with black, you are under a spell.
What's your solution?
My solution is, listen to my solution, yeah? Right now, it's a bit too late for y'all to understand African culture, yes? It's a bit too late to learn a language. It's a bit too late to learn their culture, yeah? So all I'm saying to you, study the science behind your skin. Once you understand the science behind your skin, automatically you will unify in the spirit with everybody that looks like you.
Interesting.
Do you get it? Your skin is the key. Understand the science. How you attain to the mind, body, and spirit.
Hold up. Did you just listen to what you just said at the end there? You just ended by saying, you just ended by saying, study your skin so you know who's who that looks like you. This is what we're talking about. This is why there's really not an argument here.
Listen, so when you use the word black at that injuncture, yeah, when you use the word black at that injuncture, yeah, you will know the essence of it, yeah, because you are living it, you're experiencing it, yeah. Just it won't even mean anything to you. Automatically, you will align with an African culture. That's what will happen to you.
Ask you one more question.
Once the spirit comes into you and is cleansed, you will resonate with a culture.
Calm down. Let Terry ask you this question.
I just want to ask one question, right? If I'm doing a global call out for a unification, what would I call them? Victor, are you there? Victor.
Is your mic's muted a bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're muted. Yeah. We can hear you
all
now.
I'm saying is use the word African. Yes, I know it's not African, but I know where it came from. So use African. Don't use black. Use African. Automatically use African. You cancel out any infiltrator from the inception. Then you can work within. Yeah, and get them out.
But do you feel that using the word African is going to call everyone out?
Listen, when you say African, automatically, what do you think of?
No, he's talking about everyone in the diaspora. Do you think that everyone in the diaspora is going to feel
African? They are descendants of Africans.
No,
they are descendants.
That's not what he asked you. That's not what he asked you. He didn't ask you if they are African. He's asked you, do
I said
feel
he can use the word African.
No, listen.
Use the word African too.
They identify as African.
1 second, listen.
You're telling me listen, but you're telling me listen while I'm speaking. I didn't even finish my sentence.
No. So, that was me, sister, saying 1 second, Vic.
Oh, listen, I'm sorry.
Say the question, sister, so he can answer clearly.
He was asking you, do you think that people of the diaspora would actually identify with the term African? He didn't say if they are African, right? I get it that you understand who their true identity is, but what he's saying is he wanted to capture the largest, widest communities of the population. What term would they identify with, right? So if you think he said African Lives Matter, do you think everybody would have jumped on board if it was African Lives Matter?
Yes, if they're real African, they will. You see, what you just said is very beautiful. Yeah, that will automatically cut out the infiltrators. Yeah, you will never hear a white man say African lives matter.
No,
yes,
it's not.
A white man will never say African lives matter. A white man will never rally behind the word African. Never, ever. Yes, but they will rally behind the word black, though.
What about the Africans that don't?
Yeah, they will rally behind the word black, though.
I have a question for you, Victor. Just a question. What about the Africans who don't know or recognize at this point that they are Africans. What about them? Would they rally too?
No, but what do you mean would they rally to? Yeah.
I'm
If
gonna
you use the word African, listen, of course they would. Yeah.
No, of course they will not. Let me tell you. The same way that you said.
So if they're not African, why are they identifying with?
Let me answer. The same way that you said, I am speaking, right? The enslavers' language, right? I'm speaking the white man's language. There are people on the globe that only speak Portuguese. There are people on the globe that only speak French. There are Black African people who only speak Spanish, right? There are people in Costa Rica that don't know that they're African. Do you understand? But they feel like they're Black because there are non-Blacks in Costa Rica. Do you understand the difference? They know when somebody says, tú eres negro, they know I'm a negro, which is Black. They know in Costa Rica, Black people know that they are Black. They don't know they're African. That's what he's trying to tell you. They don't know they're African. They don't say, yo soy una africana. They don't say that. They don't say they're African, but they say that they're negro.
No, that's crazy.
And guess what?
That's crazy.
In Spanish, and guess what? In their country, people will say blanco is white, negro is Black. So they refer to each other as blanco and negro, even in Spanish-speaking countries. So what he's saying is, if you wanted to say, if Black Eyes TV wanted to say, we are having a global conference, we want all the Black people to come. They have a better chance of getting Costa Ricans and Dominicans and Haitians and Americans and Nigerians and Ethiopians and Somalis. Oh, they had a better chance of getting them to come than to say African, because they're only going to get people who have studied their history and understand that they're Africans. But there's plenty of Black people.
You just created a problem. You created a problem. Yeah. You just created a problem. You just said those people don't identify with African. Yeah. So they identify with Black. So that means they've cut off every link that they have to Africa. Now you're using the word Black, right? You're trying to unite them. They're coming in not with the intention of unifying Africans.
But what you realize that guess what?
No. You're gonna bring people in that.
No. Melanated God is one of those people. Melanated God say know nothing about Africa, right? So if I would have had somebody like you, that if I didn't say I'm African, they wouldn't even share no information with me, then guess what? I wouldn't know shit.
Oh, Victor, how would you educate a people?
Wow.
Victor, how would you educate a people?
How would I educate a people? What do you mean, on what?
If I'm doing a call out, right, and I want to educate a whole race,
yes,
would I identify to educate them? Would I identify for what they know at that precise moment, or would I identify that they don't know?
Yes, you have to. Yes, edify them. Yeah, listen. You have to edify. Listen. You have to edify them.
So if I said there's two courses, African studies and Black history studies, which one would define the global?
African studies, because we are all Africans. Yeah, we are all Africans, but because not every Black person is an African. So this is what you have to understand.
You wouldn't say
not every Black person is an African.
Wouldn't you say the Black history studies will cover much more?
It will cover American history. American history is Black history.
Wait, so what Black people are not Africans? What Black people are not Africans? I need to know this.
Wait, before you go there, what did you say? What did you just say? You said it's
Black history is American history.
So they're not African?
No, they are Africans. They are Africans. Yes, but
which Africans are not? Which Black people are not Africans? You said that 3 times. Not all Black people.
I did, and I will explain it to you. Listen very carefully.
Who's not African?
The Australians in Australia, they are the blackest skin color, but they're not African. They are not African. Genetically, they are not African. in the Solomon Islands, in the Polynesian Islands, in India, you have black people. Yeah, 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 with straight hair, with straight hair, with straight hair and blue eyes, with straight hair, blonde hair and blue eyes, and they got black skin. They are not African.
Hold on, Victor. 1 second, Will, 1 second. Have you ever been to Hawaii, Victor, or the Melanie Islands? Have you ever been there?
I don't have to go there. I see them on that.
I've been to Tahiti and I've been to Hawaii. You go there and you see the indigenous people, they're going to tell you that they're African. And they're going to tell you how they're African. They're going to tell you the story of when the people got there. And they're going to tell you about the Austronesians that came in later. And they're going to, and when you get there, you want to see the same type of tribal African garb, and they tell you that they've been there for thousands of years. And they're going to tell you how they got there. So we got to be careful with this white man's DNA and all the things that they talk about. Because everywhere you go, whether you go to Vietnam and you see the mountain yard people, they're like my complexion. They're dark, and they'll tell you that they're separate from the regular Vietnamese people, and they commit genocide on those people. You have these melanin that they said that are not African, but they'll tell you that they are. So you got to go to Tahiti, and you see the people with the afros that look just like the African Americans. They're going to tell you when I went there, they asked us what took us so long. So no, you're incorrect on that. No, they know who they are.
No, you don't understand, my brother. You see, you guys are viewing everything on the surface. Yeah, you're viewing everything on the surface.
Vic, 1 second. I think you see the thing is what everyone needs to understand about Victor, and I want Victor to elaborate on this. He believes that the people in Australia are hybrids. The same thing with the Quequay people in Africa. He believes they're also hybrids. So that's where when he's talking about they're non-Africans, that's where he's coming from. Now, I'll let Victor explain how he's come to that conclusion. Get me? I'm silent. I'm done. I just wanted to lay that premise. Vic, or if you don't have questions for that,
Right, okay. You see, I don't want to be I get what you're saying, but I don't want to sound condescending, yeah? But I'm going to ask, are you lot familiar with anything to do with genetics, human genetics? Do you lot know anything about human genetics?
Yeah, I do, but when we're dealing with human...
You understand?
Hold on, wait, let me just say this part.
You understand?
Hold on, let me say, I'm going to mute up, because you asked the question, so let me qualify what I'm saying. We talk about human genetics, and we also talk about the colonization of the planet, and we talk about how all these things are Jewish owned. You got to be careful with who's controlling the narrative of the information. So we can't screen colonizations, racism. We've been stripped of 1,000 hours of stuff, and then all of a sudden you just throw me genetics, and we're supposed to believe this shit as opposed to what we see. No, you can't have both sides of the argument. So go ahead.
Right, thank you. Yeah, what we have to understand is, that we're in a system that was designed to confuse, to oppress, and to mentally, enslave us. Yeah, we're still in this system. Yeah, it started a very long time ago. It didn't just start yesterday. It's a very long time ago. A process, of them trying to, mentally, psychologically damage us up to this point. So this point that they're in right now, they're winning, because look what we're doing. We are arguing among ourselves about labels that they gave us, right? This is what they wanted to happen. Yeah, the confusion. Because if you look around the world, every so-called black person identify with an ideology. Yes, a concept that was given to them. Yeah, especially in the diaspora. Yeah, in Africa, we are colonized with Abrahamic religions, that's made us forget our culture. So the Africans on the continent are just as damaged, as the ones in the diaspora. Yes, it's a cunning, it was a cunning idea that they started off 3,000 years ago to get us to this point. So they're just sitting there chilling, watching us arguing over labels, and not coming to any sort of solution, because every black person, have their own idea. There's a lot of black people in the LGBT community, that are riding on our civil rights, As you all know, the Black Lives Matter is what? Sponsored by a Jewish man and is headed by 3 lesbians. Yes, they hijacked it. Okay, because why? It's easy to hijack because of the word black. Yes, there's 3 white black. Listen. Let me finish. There's 3 black ladies, but they are lesbians. But they're fighting for their own rights. Yes, you know what I'm saying to you? So it's not, but if you put an African in there, automatically, because we know what Africa is, we don't agree with homosexuality. So
they
automatically,
they got African gay people. They got African gay people.
Listen, no. But all I'm saying is the title that they are under.
Victor.
Lesbians, LGBT people never use the title African because already they're defeated. Listen, because the Africans will rise up and say, we don't support that. But what? They were clever enough to do what? To use the word black. Anyway, let me go back to the genetics. Yes?
Terry, real quick, can I jump in? Listen, real quick, Terry. I'm going to be brief. I promise I'm going to be real brief. Let me just say this, man. When we start to get together to have these meetings, African Americans, brothers from the Caribbean, brothers from London and Europe, from the Europe area, and then Africa, we got to be real careful to people who we allow to be the forefronters and speak, because some of us are very knowledgeable, but a lot of us can't be the people that speak to the masses of the diaspora, because we don't understand the cultures and the customs that some of us been under. So when a brother like Victor comes and speak, he's going to rub a lot of people in the diaspora the wrong way, in the West the wrong way, because some things he may say is true, but then the people in America and the Caribbeans, like the sister said, that they may identify as black but not African because of the way that they've been raised up. They don't look at him like he's crazy because he doesn't know how to teach the message. Richie or Terry understands the concept of certain things. So I understand what he's trying to say with black. I understand that in Africa, a lot of them don't identify as black, they identify as tribal. But what he needs to understand is, over here, we may identify as black, but our biggest problem is fucking religion. So we're looking at white Jesus and fucking Muhammad, who don't have a picture. He's talking about black. We have to understand the different psychological ways that we're broken. And this conversation is going nowhere because listening to the people that's not from the soil that he's on. We have to get to a place where we have an understanding so we can move forward. Fuck all that black shit when it comes to us, because we looking at white Jesus. We seeing a bunch of Africans bowing down to a fucking white Jesus when they already got all the religions. So we gotta have those kind of conversations, and we're gonna just have black, because when you just talk about black, it makes us feel like, nigga, you just talking about us because we don't know no better. We looking at you niggas like y'all crazy. So what I'm saying is, when brothers like Terry or Richie breaks it down, they breaks it down from an understanding of which each other been through. Well, you can't just come talk about black when we identify that way, when you're not identifying with the how fucked up the Africanism that they identify as hurting them. We fucked up across the board. It's not just a black thing, because when we unify, we can call ourselves the fucking Dolphins if we want to. It wouldn't matter. The white man create the laws and push the laws back to suit him. He don't give a fuck about none of that shit that's on paper. So we gotta stop this shit. If he want to take something, he go buy and take it. That's it.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I respect everything you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. Yeah, and I'm not attacking you personally. I'm not attacking nobody. Yeah, I'm attacking the label. I'm attacking the label. But you are emotionally attached to that label. That's why you're getting very emotional. Yeah? You are attached to that label.
I want you to finish the conversation on the genetics, because I need to be clear.
Let me say one thing, though, Richie, Victor, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. You're taking something too deep. into its perspective, and then you're superimposing your opinion. As I said to you, simply, as I said to you, and you saying we're arguing over labels. Us five have agreed that okay, we can use black and then identify ourselves within house. Yeah? But what you're doing is you're conflicting of trying to create a different argument of a collective of people that are able to identify something. So we're trying.
No, I'm not. All I'm asking you to do is identify with Africa. What's wrong with that? Why can't you say Africa?
Wait. Not everybody is going to identify with that.
Yeah, well, forget those. Forget those people that don't want to identify Africa. Forget them. Leave them.
Right now, we need no man behind, right?
This is a spiritual war.
Hold on. Listen, Victor. Listen. Someone in the chat, right? Someone in the chat wrote the comment, and they put African/Black, right? Usually, when it's like a slash, that means that those terms are synonymous, right? It's like another word for. So another word for African could be Black. Another word for Black could be African. And I think that instead of excluding people, we need to look for more inclusionary terms. Include more people. We don't want to leave people out because we are ignorant of their history. That doesn't make any sense to say, well, F them or forget them. Don't know. They're African.
No, the history you're talking about is American history.
Listen, like I told you, 10 years ago, I would never even say I would have recognized my African ancestry. And I'm so thankful for people like Brother George Macon and Terry and Richie that would embrace it as their diasporan sister. That they didn't say, because you don't use the term African, you're not down with me. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, the way that you're speaking is more exclusion. Like, you don't belong because you're using the wrong labels. And right now we're saying, F the label, we can at least start with Black, and we can learn and we can teach one another, and we can come up with a different term. That makes sense.
And let me say this real quick. See, what I want Victor to understand, what he may not understand, if I'm wrong, correct me. Here in the diaspora, when we hear Africans speak in the manner in which you speak by you saying that automatically tells us, because this is a psychological thing. Because a lot of us already, when we think that Africans don't see us as African because we got this white ancestry in us. So now, when we're not identifying as Black, you said, well, they don't want to identify as African, then hell with them. Then I'm going to tell you what they're going to say in the diaspora. He ain't for us anyway. Look at how he's talking. He ain't with us. We ain't part of him anyway. See, we got a lot of psychological issues that goes down on both sides with us. So when we're having these conversations, it's a delicate. We got to be delicate. We got to be real careful because what I'm saying is this thing. Some people may identify, may want to identify with African, but they know nothing about the African. Then you got to understand too that what I know that you probably don't understand because you didn't raise here. 90% of us growing up here in the Americas, our grandmothers and mothers told us we was Native American. That's another issue. That's another issue. Yeah. So what I'm saying, and that didn't come from the white man. That came from great grandmom. And when you see pictures of our great grandmothers, a lot of them had hair hanging down to their asses. So there's a lot of things that when you speaking, Victor, you got to understand what actually happened here. And when you don't, you got to be careful with the people that you're speaking to because they're going to reject it. I don't think that you're being disrespectful. I just think that you're misinformed when you're talking to people in the Americas on certain things. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that you're wrong in everything you're saying.
Yeah, I think if we could get to a place when we for instance, Brother George Macon, I'm not what they would call a person, right? I'm not an American descendant of slavery.
Right. Speaking that Spanish, where you from?
Oh, my family's from Panama.
Oh, you know what's funny? My grandfather's Panamanian and my grandmother's Cuban. On my mother's.
My great grandmother was Jamaican, and my great grandfather was Cuban.
What part of Panama are they from? Bocas?
No, my father's from Colon and my mother's from Rio Bajo.
Yeah. My grandfather was in Colon, and then I think he was in Bocas.
Oh, okay. Focus is like a lot of tourism, and you know, I'm looking to buy property over there. I'm hearing it's pretty popping over there.
Yeah, my grandma. But see, that's what I'm saying. My grandmother was a short Indian lady from Cuba, and my grandfather was tall like Terry and black like Terry. He was an African Panamanian, and my father's African American. So I'm just saying, he got. What I'm saying is, when you talking about us, it's a complicated conversation because of what they did and how we was moved around. And you got to remember, a lot of us was mixed in with the Native American tribes for the last 500 years.
So, and listen. So there's this one day I had posted this picture, this video of these African sisters, and they was like dancing, right? They was dancing and just, you know, they had they wraps and stuff around their waist and everything, and they was dancing. And I made the comment and I said, look at our sisters just enjoying sisterhood. And my cousin, my father and her mother are brother and sister. My cousin said to me, she was like, I said, our people. I said, look at our people. And she said, and who would that be? And I said, because as a woman who is very fluent in English and Spanish, right? She views herself as an Afro-Latina. She doesn't know anything about the Afro part of her Latina-ness. She just knows that she is engulfed in Spanish culture. So I said, look at our sisters. And she's like, what do you mean? Our sisters, like, them African people. I'm like, she's a school teacher. So you don't know what the diaspora, do you know the word diaspora? Guess what she did? No comment.
They don't know.
She didn't even respond. So,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So Victor, there's a lot of education that has to happen because my sister is no less African. My cousin is no less African than me. She just don't know she African. So I got to use the term black with her and slow walk her into her Africanness. She don't know she African.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Depending on where you go in the Caribbean, like if you're in Cuba, the black Cubans identify with their Africanness.
Oh, they do. They sure do.
They you know, my grandmother was a short Indian lady, but if you called her white or like Indian outside the tribal name, she'll cut you. So,
but let me tell you, how about I met a young when I was working in high school, I met a young white Cuban, Cuban young girl. She's about 15 years old, and she was all about Ogun and Ashun and she knew all of them Yoruba deities. She was like, yes, we practice African religion.
Yes. They practice that in Cuba and in some parts of Dominican Republic. The ones that identify with black, the ones that do.
Wasn't even black. I was thinking to myself, how you know about all of this? Of course, you know, I was asking. I was like, how you know? She was like, oh, we practice African belief over there in Cuba.
Yes.
Yo, people, listen. I know we're talking about genetics, and that's the beautiful thing, but I need Victor to clarify that genetic part. I think it's important when we're talking about understanding who's black and who's not. Because I think that this is an important part. Again, we're talking about classification of who we're talking to. So I know I wanted Victor to explain that. So when he's talking, because last time he came on, Melanated Goddess heard something and she was writing from the chat and didn't understand. So please, Victor, explain who is genetically modified, why you don't believe the people in Australia.
I think he said the Australian.
Hey, Richie.
Yeah.
Real quick, Richie.
Right. Okay. Let me just come in here. Yeah, let me just come in here, please. Right. You see,
while Victor's talking, highlight that comment line as Ma put in the chat. That's a real powerful comment. I'm sorry, Victor.
Cool.
Okay, no. Yes. Yeah. Brother Macon, yeah, I've got nothing against you and nothing against any diasporan whatsoever. I'm in a diaspora myself.
Yeah, I don't think that you do.
Like, I know, listen, I know you have a history that you're strongly emotionally attached to. Yeah? Do you know what I'm saying to you? But unfortunately, that's an American history. That's where your inception started from. Yeah. So I understand that you need to know, you tell your people about the suffering that your people went through. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. That I'm not saying, disregard that. Yeah, you need to hold on to that because that's your history. Yeah, you need to know your history. So absolutely, yeah. But all I'm saying is, yeah, once you know your history, know that it's an African history. Yeah, in the sense that they took Africans away from Africa and stripped them of their culture, and they gave them a new paradigm to work with. Yeah. So when in your mind think of an African, think because that's the beginning of your journey. Yeah, your spiritual journey. Once you think African, automatically your spirit will resonate, yeah, to a culture, yeah, in your DNA, yeah. If a culture is linked, if your blood is linked to a culture in Africa, if you keep regurgitating the word Africa, your spirit will arise and gravitate towards a culture in Africa without you even knowing. You find yourself somewhere like Ghana or Nigeria or Cameroon, yeah, or Ethiopia. You just don't know why. You're just there. Yeah, that's you saying, I am an African. The spirit understands you now, yeah, and it will link you to whatever African DNA that's in you and direct you there without you even knowing. Because you're a spiritual person. That's how you're supposed to do it. Words are very powerful. Yeah, use the word to activate what's inside of you. Yeah, your DNA, activate it, but speak the word Africa. Yeah, and Africa will look for you. It will come and get you. Yeah, Africa will come and get you. So the people, listen, the people that have black skin that don't identify with Africa, let them be. Let them be. Hold on. So you're trying to say to me, yeah, you're making excuses, yeah, because you're saying there's people out there that don't identify with Africa, but they see themselves as black. Fair enough. Yeah, they will never want to come to Africa. Listen, they would never come to Africa. Any African liberation movement, they will never be a part of it because they don't see themselves as African. Let them be. Listen, finish.
From the beginning, we're listening to the show from the beginning.
Listen, I agree in humanity. I love humanity. Whether you're black, you're white, you're Asian, you're yellow, whatever. Yeah, we are here for humanity. Yeah, but you have to know yourself within that humanity.
From the beginning,
yeah? You are African. Listen, there are cultures in your DNA right now, laying dormant. Because you're using the word black. They're not going to wake up. They are not going to wake up because you're using the word black. Say African. If you look at the continent and you want to be there, you want to be part of it, use the word African. And the DNA that's in you, yeah, will activate and lead you to whatever culture that's there. And because you're in the diaspora, you know everything about white supremacy system. Yeah, so you can go and make that change on the continent,
Victor,
wherever the spirit takes you.
Victor, how am I going to educate someone that doesn't know themselves?
Listen, a black person, yeah, so-called black person, yeah, so-called black person, yeah, right? Okay, so I'm assuming you're gonna teach someone in the diaspora, right?
No, I'm gonna teach someone in Liberia.
So they're in Africa right now, yeah? So if they're in Africa, if you're going to teach in Africa, the first thing you must do, yeah, is let them know that the religion that they have, yeah, it's not the right one. But what do you know?
How am I going to call them out if they don't?
How are you supposed to call them out? Call them by their name. They've got a name. If they're in Liberia, they have a name. Yeah, they have a culture. If they're in Liberia, they have a culture in Liberia.
Victor, remember this, yeah? And this is what needs to be clear, yeah? And I still want you to answer the genetic question. But again, remember, we're talking about the initial call to action of unity. Once that's happened, nobody's not talking about educating people on their inherent connection to Africa. So remember that. The same way, not everybody is at the same level of consciousness. You understand? So you have to account for that. So again, be very clear that when you're saying something, again, are you not allowing for any growth of any certain people, or again, the cutoff point is if they're not saying Africa immediately, then they're done. They're out. They're not in. Yeah, and there's no room to allow them to get, hold up, Vic, hold up. And there's no room to allow them to grow to that level. Or again, are you understanding what we're all saying, which is we hear you, Vic, the Africa side and that connection is important, but there's enough people that don't get that yet, but they do understand that they are black. So if we use this term, that will be an easier way to get more people to initially respond to the call out. Right. Yeah. So that's one point. But now, Vic, I need you to clarify, and I want everyone to please allow him to ask a question about how black people, what black people are different genetically. You understand? Because again, you made a point about two sets of black people that are supposedly, you know, got an extensive history on the planet, and to everybody's, you know-how so far, they're thinking they're connected to Africa. So if they're not, just speak to that point of who you don't think black and is no way connected to Africa in your mind as an African.
Right. Okay. Before I get to that genetic point, let me just make it clear, that I'm not saying disregard people, that identify with the color black. No, it's all about their intentions. It's about the intentions. If they have good intentions, for our race, if you want to call it black race, do you know what I'm saying to you? Then let that come in. It's not a problem. You can't just say, oh no, you're black, you identify with black, so you can't come into an African thing. No, I'm not saying that. But I want you to understand, if you are for Africa, identify with Africa. Because we all got bad habits. We can't let go of words and labels. So I want to train the mind. So if you are for Africa, you can still identify with black. There's no problem with it. But I understand why I don't use the word black. But I'm not forcing. I'm just letting you know the history behind it. Right? Anyway, let's go back to the genetics thing. Right? An African, is the only 100% human on this planet. Please, nobody should take this personally. This is scientific facts. I'm about to tell you. It's not based on like a biased thing. I'm not being egotistic. No, do you know what I'm saying to you? This is scientific fact. An African, is the only 100% human. 100% human with no ape DNA. We haven't got ape DNA, right? The rest of the world, are all hybrids. They are all hybrids that have ape DNA.
So
listen. Please let me finish. If I don't finish, you won't understand what I'm saying to you. Okay. Africans put on this planet to oversee everybody else. We are the natural custodians. We have to know our place on this planet, that we are the natural custodians of this planet, African. We love everybody, but at the same time, we know who we are. Yes, this is where we have to get back to. Anyway, listen. The melanated skin is not exclusive to an African. Melanated skin is not exclusive to an African. Yes, in saying Australian Aborigines, Tasmanians, just into all the blacks in New Zealand, the Polynesian Islands, the Andaman Islands. Do you understand you? In South America, do you know what I'm saying to you? If they don't have a phenotype of the West African hair like the West African, they are not African. The original phenotype is the West African phenotype. That's the original human is the West African phenotype. So if you see anybody with that phenotype, they are the original man. Yes, that is the original phenotype. With the hair, do you know what I'm saying to you? The kinky afro hair, that's the original. Right. You have black melanated skinned people with blonde blue eyes. Who else has blonde blue eyes? Who else has blonde blue eyes? But you have melanated people with blonde blue eyes. Who else is predominantly have blonde blue eyes? Could somebody tell me? Can somebody tell me who else predominantly have blonde blue eyes?
let me ask you a question. Right?
The black people that have blonde and blue eyes.
We had those phenotypes before.
Come on.
You asked the question. Let me ask you. We had all those phenotypes before the white man. Those phenotypes is based off the environment that they were in. So the thing is, you keep saying you can wait a minute, because you said that the African, West African was first, basically the original man was the original man. I'm listening to you, and if we know that at some point the African took the show on the road, then what you're saying is they left out Africans and then transformed into something else. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. No. We don't change into something else. No, we don't. We've been this way for billions of years, bruv. We haven't changed anywhere.
I want the people to be edified. So what you're saying is, we know that the first. So you're saying that somewhere else, a man developed somewhere else separate from Africa, and he's something different. Then that's what you're saying.
Yes, he's something different. He's genetically different. It's not genetically compatible with you. Yes, he's different, but he's human.
So somewhere along the way, somebody developed another type of man, like or something. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Because somebody grafted some shit. Okay. All right. Okay.
Right. So let me tell you. Yes. Understand this very carefully. Yes. If you don't understand, you can ask questions. I know sometimes this information, will go over most people's heads, because you haven't delved into it. But this is where we have to get to understand who we are as a people.
I know all about the grafting.
Listen,
AWF.
Right.
Those Africans haven't been there long enough. We're talking about people that have been in the region for over 100,000 years. That.
What's the comment on that? I was
talking about AWF for saying that the people in South Africa didn't genetically change, but they only been there for 5 days. We're talking about people that have been in the land area for over 60, 70,000 years. So, I'm sorry, Victor. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know what?
If you are a person that
before we even we're straying away from the title. But all I want to ask you, Victor, right, is as simple as it can be, right? If when you was a child, and I asked, and your uncle came to you and gave you £10 or $10, what would you say?
Thank you.
Now that at the age you are, if a stranger came up to you and gave you $10 or £10, what would you say?
Why are you giving it to me?
Thank you. Because you're making something that is common sense into something that is very complicated. Because at the simplicity of our conversation is that we're just looking at the basics before we teach. The reason why I brought that scenario up is that a child is innocent. So when a child is innocent, the child needs to be educated. Now you came to a certain age, you said why you're giving it to me for is because you've been educated.
Right. So what would be the problem if you saying to them, you are an African?
So the simplest thing people to identify as common sense will be to call people black and then able to educate them to be an African. Simple.
Right.
Listen, but she just said there's people that identify with black but don't want to be African. So why are you teaching them? So why are you teaching them? They don't identify with Africa, so why are you teaching them?
I'm educating.
Why are you teaching them? They don't identify with Africa, so why are you teaching them?
hold on. I'm educating them because they're not known or prone to the knowledge or information. So when I teach them the information and the knowledge, then if they consume it, then they were able to identify themselves as being African. But at that precise moment, as them being innocent, they don't know. So I'm going to.
All right. So you're just trying to. Okay, I get what you're saying. So basically, you want to call them by their slave name, yeah, and drag them in. So once they're in, once you got them in your net, then you can just like de-brainwash them, yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Mind with the language.
You want to set a trap. You want to set a trap for them. You want to set a trap by using the word black, so they can come in thinking, yeah, it's black, there's black, that black power, there's black power, that. Once you got them, boom, you start hitting them with the African thing, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Comment though? Can you let someone else?
I get that move. Nice move though, nice move. I like that.
Now, wait. So everybody stop for a minute. But this is why I'm saying, wait a minute, watch this. This no disrespect. This is why I'm saying Victor's not qualified to teach in the western part of the diaspora. Because what he doesn't understand is, from where he's raised at, is a lot of people are told they have Native American, but a lot of people are told that they're Black Africans. But they identify more with their blackness because they're raised here. So it has to be an awakening of the people. So what Terry's saying, you have to wake these people up. You'll say like you're being condescending when you say it because you don't identify. I'm not mad at you for this, but you don't identify with the struggle of what happened here because you're not from here.
George, let me ask you a question, George. You see the Native Americans. Who do they identify with? What do they identify with? The Native Americans. The Native Indian Americans, what do they identify with?
Now stop. Now I want you to listen. Because I'm glad you said that. Because now you're showing me more of how disqualified you are. And I'm going to say to you why, respectfully. There was over 3,000 Native American tribes in this country. Five main ones, and they amalgamated whites into them. So most of these Native Americans identify with those 5 tribes, but the other tribes don't even get accepted. So a lot of them identify with them there with white, and the other ones are just marginalized onto certain land. So what I'm saying is you have to understand what happened here in the different classifications. You got to understand how, you got to understand who Walter Plecker was, the different classifications of Negro and Native Americans and what happened to the mindset of the people. You have to reteach it. You can't just say African. It doesn't work that way here because what they did, so you have to understand something. I'm going to say something. I want to leave y'all with this. When they colonized Africa, in some lands they stayed, but for the most part, they ruled with hidden hands. They controlled the region from a distance. America was a place that the white man came and set up shop. So now, what do you do with the people you have here? You have to strip them of everything because you're staying here. You're not ruling from Europe. You're creating a whole country here. So they had to destroy everything about those people. So you can't come as a matter of fact and just say Africa. No, it doesn't work this way. There has to be a whole reteaching here. I mean, a whole reteaching.
My brother, you keep saying I'm disqualified, but you never answered the question I asked you.
No, see, watch. This is what I'm saying to you. You're disqualified. I answered the question when you asked about the Native Americans.
No, you never answered the question. I said, what is the culture that the Native Americans identify with?
Listen, I'm going to say it to you again. Hopefully you get it this time. What else I just said to you, there was over 3,000 Native American tribes. They broke those tribes.
Name one.
Huh? Yamasi.
Name one tribe.
Yamasi.
The who?
Now hold on. I want you to listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying to you. They had the Indian Removal Act in 1830 from Georgia. And they moved them all the way out west to like Oklahoma on reservations. And they took and called these tribes the 5 civilized tribes. The land rights went through the womb of the woman. So they neutralized the men, right? And they impregnated the women so they to the land. So now when you're talking about what's the culture of the Native Americans, a lot of that culture has been lost because they've been amalgamated into 5 tribes, and those other tribes are still fighting for acceptance. You have to understand what American culture is. That's why I'm telling you, respectfully, you're not qualified to speak on it. I can tell by the way you're speaking.
George.
Can y'all hear me?
Let me ask you. Let me ask
Hold
a
on,
question,
Victor.
please.
Victor, can you hear me? Victor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you,
Okay.
sister. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I don't know. Something went wrong. I've been trying to like say
No,
something
your
for like the
mic's
last.
back. We can hear you.
I don't know how long. I just wanted to share a very little brief anecdotal story. My best friend, right, was told all of his life that he was Native American. And he felt so non-Native American, right? He was raised as a Buddhist all of his life, raised as a Buddhist. His mom, I don't know if his dad was Buddhist, but all of his mom's family was Buddhist. He was raised as a Buddhist. He didn't know nothing about Jesus. He never read the Bible. He don't know nothing about that kind of stuff, right? But he didn't feel Native American. He looked in the mirror. He doesn't see the Native American. He took the AfricanAncestry.com, which is an organization that is by a Black geneticist named Rick Kittles, right? Rick Kittles has the most samples on the continent than 23andMe, Ancestry.com, all of the others. Most of his samples are actually on the continent, so it can give you a more specific, more connection to where your DNA, where there's more samples of your DNA. His DNA went to Guinea-Bissau, right? So he went up to his mom and said, my maternal DNA is from Guinea-Bissau. She was completely shocked because for all she knew, we are Native American. She's been telling him that her ancestry was Native American. This is a snapshot of the psychology of many African Americans here. They don't believe, they actually need to be re-educated. And if he didn't have that passion, that drive, the finances, because the test is not cheap, if he didn't have the curiosity, he would have been believing that he was a freaking Cherokee damn Indian or some shit. Do you see what I'm saying? This is just like a Cherokee Indian, because a lot of them tell themselves that the Indians were black. They weren't the way that they're depicted in current imagery. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that you can't just say, if you don't in 2020 say I'm African, then fuck you, then that's wrong, because people are still seeking their identity. They are still learning things, and you got to have patience with these people, and you have to teach them. The way that you're going about it, Victor, is very dismissive.
No. You took it wrong. I kept reiterating that. Yeah, I'm not here to separate anyone. Yeah, I'm not here to separate anyone. If you like to identify with the word black, by all means do. I'm not stopping you from doing it. Yes, but I was just telling you the historical aspect of the word black. But if you want to identify with it, that's your word. Do. But it's your intentions for the mother continent, Africa. If you have good intentions for it, you could be black. You can come in. We'll accept you. It's not a problem. Yeah. But all I'm saying is we are Africans first. Yeah. And within Africa, we have our own cultures. But
so, Victor, what are the black people called in America? What are the black people called in America, Victor? What are they called? What is our classification?
What black people are you talking about?
The black people of America. Do you not know that our classification is called African American? Do you not know that?
Yeah, but that is derogatory.
No, it's not derogatory. No, it's not. On a consistent basis. No, listen to me. No, listen. Hello, you got to listen to, right? It's your opinion. You already said it's derogatory. Now, let me respond to that. What I'm saying is that on a consistent basis, right? African Americans are reminded of our African ancestry. We are told it's bringing to our awareness, right? There is a distinct difference between other types of Americans. So there is no question of our place of origin. And it seems like you're saying that there is, but there is not. We are African American.
Hold on. Victor, I want to say something, right? What tribe are you from?
The Ga-Dangme.
Okay. Would you say the Ga-Dangme are hybrid?
No.
Why?
Because we're West Africans. We're the original.
So you originally were in West Africa. You originally where you are
no. Hold on. We went originally in West Africa, but that's another story. We migrated there.
Yeah, but you on the way you traveled to where you are now. Yes.
Yes.
So in every region, before you got to where you are now, you mixed within.
No. We didn't mix. No. It's a big taboo for Asian Africans to mix.
Hold on. Did you mix with the Yorubas? Yes or no?
Did we mix with the Yorubas?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people might have. Yeah.
Okay. So before you even got to the Yorubas, did you mix with anyone else?
No, I don't get what you mean. That mixed with who? What else? What Africans? Yes, we did. Africans mixed.
Africans and all that. Because you mentioned the word hybrid, right?
Yes.
And it's there in facts of the first original man to where we are now. Are we all hybrid?
No, let's see. I didn't finish with that hybrid thing, and I got cut up. So you didn't. That's why you're asking a very.
We're gonna go there because I'm gonna go.
No.
We're gonna go.
Yes. The thing is, no. The thing is, right. If you're trying to fast forward, today, the world's gene pool is mixed. It's very diverse. Yeah. The world's gene pool is mixed. There's a lot of Africans have mixed blood. Yeah. Okay. A lot of Africans have mixed blood.
Would that be classed as hybrid?
Due to Arab slavery and European slavery. Due to Arab slavery and European slavery, a lot of Africans have mixed blood. So today, today you will get an African that's black like you that has a hybrid DNA.
Yeah. So then, who would you state as an original people that is not hybrid?
Classification-wise, West Africans today.
But you just said it's mixed.
I said West Africans that has that phenotype. Any black person that has the phenotype as an West African is the original.
Are you saying that West Africans are not mixed?
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying to you. Yeah. No, if Africans mix, look, listen. If African mix prior to the Arabs and the Europeans, they only mixed with themselves, but they are different cultures. Yeah. So where's the hybrid gonna come from? The hybrid only came in when the Arabs, when the Arabs and the European came in. That's when the hybrid came in.
That every West African person is from the same premises.
No. Listen, see what you're doing here. You're trying to mix up history, like chronological timeline. All I'm saying to you is that there are some West Africans today in the diaspora, that have hybrid DNA.
No, forget the diaspora. Let's talk about the.
No, because you have Africans from the West Africa that are in the diaspora.
Okay, in the African people in West Africa, are they hybrids or not?
They are not hybrids.
So what?
Originally, they are not hybrids.
Original
human beings. Yes. Anybody that has the phenotype of a West African. It's not a hybrid. Until you go and do your DNA.
Hold on. So tell me one single DNA that they have, just that one phenotype. Tell me which people are they? Phenotype. Huh? Don't have no two difference or a percentage or a 5%. I mean one phenotype. Tell me which one.
Hair. Who? Their hair. Their 9E for hair. 9E. If you got a 9E for hair, kinky afro, yes, you're one step ahead.
Afro, does that mean he's part of that then?
Pardon, who?
If a white man has an afro, does that mean he's a part of it?
No, but a white man can't have an afro. It's impossible. Because he needs to come from a black woman.
Yeah.
So a white man cannot have a white man cannot have an afro. It's impossible.
So a mixed person can't have an afro neither.
Listen, I'm talking about kinky. I'm not talking about fluffy afro. I'm talking about kinky afro. It's a difference.
DNA marks. I'm talking about DNA mark. One single
DNA mark is the kinky afro, is the DNA mark, the kinkiness. The kinkiness of your hair.
Like a 1B1, whatever, right? One phenotype, as in forms of science. One phenotype. Tell me which people has one phenotype.
Tell you which people have one phenotype.
Yeah.
Right. When you look on, listen, when you look on the African map, right? Yeah. Walk through all the countries, yeah. Go to Google, look at the people, yeah. Put images, type in the country, yeah, and look at the people of each country and see the ones, yeah, that look like the ones from West Africa. All of those people with the same phenotype are the original.
I'm talking about one phenotype. I'm not talking about being any form of other mixes. I
told you it's the hair. It's the 90 for hair.
Oh gosh.
It's the hair. If your hair is kinky, and you got brown eyes.
Forget the hair right now. As in a scientific. So, okay. If I'm talking scientifically.
Some of the Australians have afros, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's curly.
Yeah, okay. One phenotype. Tell me one group of people in West Africa that has one phenotype besides.
Okay, what is the definition of phenotype?
Let's talk.
I want to understand the definition of a phenotype.
No.
What is your definition of phenotype?
Let's not go deep into this. I'm asking you in the forms of your understanding scientifically. The scientific word, the numbers. Yeah? Tell me one group that has just one number that are all the same. One number without it being mixed.
One number that doesn't mix. I don't get that. Like, are you talking about blood, DNA, or phenotype? What are you talking about? Because phenotype could be many.
Okay.
So are you talking about genetics? You want the genetics blueprint?
Let's talk about blood. Let's talk about blood. Yeah. How do we find the markers for blood?
Right. O positive.
O positive. How many people have just one O positive?
Well, O positive is the original.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if your DNA is predominantly O positive, yeah, you are African.
Okay, so does everybody in Africa have that?
Well, I wouldn't know that, would I?
So that means
because the world is mixed now. So how would I know that? The world is mixed. So on the surface, not everybody. Listen, if you look at someone, you're not gonna know whether they are O black type or not, are you?
No. Victor. You've said it with your own mouth. Everybody is mixed now. So there is no original, is there?
No, but what you have to do is take your DNA test and find out which blood that is the most predominant.
What are the results of the DNA test? What does a DNA test give you?
Well, it gives you 100% of whatever you are or whatever variations you have in you.
Tell me who is 100% of that one particular group.
I am.
And what is your DNA test come out with?
100% African.
What is African? No, it doesn't say sub-Saharan. What is it? What do you mean African?
It doesn't just say African. It can never say.
It says. No, it says I've got the original blood. Yeah.
What is the
original blood? Listen,
you're not being genuine. You're not being genuine. You're not being genuine.
No. Listen, you're not listening. Listen. I have the original blood. Then I worked my way up. Right. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Do you know what I'm saying? Where did that come from? Yeah. What people did that come from? Yeah. So I study my people.
Are you taking a DNA test? Are you taking a DNA test?
Of course I have.
So what is your results?
100% African.
What do you mean African? Where? Sub-Saharan, North African, South of the fuck?
African.
Just 100% African.
No. What company you use? What company?
I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Using,
but it was
I'm not using that company because that's not descriptive enough. There's like Arabs and there's white people all in Africa.
So hold on. Where are we going with this? Because what I'm saying to you
because I want to understand when you say African, what type of African? Just like when you say American, you don't know if I mean Asian American, African American, white Caucasian American. You don't know. So when you say African,
listen. All I'm saying to you is, all these labels was given to us. Yeah,
I understand, but they're so listen. Right. The company that did your DNA, the company that did your DNA uses those labels. The company that does your DNA uses labels. So I'm asking you your results from the DNA test, and you're lying about your results.
On the test paper, you have percentages.
Lying.
Listen, you have percentages. You will have percentages of whatever race that's in you. Yeah. They will say 50%. Yeah, North American. They will say 5% this, 10% that.
So I'm asking 10% you what part was sub-Saharan African.
But when my one came in, it says 100% sub-Saharan.
Okay, I asked you sub-Saharan. You said African. You didn't say sub-Saharan because there's a difference. There is North African.
Wait. Hold on.
There is North African. You didn't say that.
No. The confusion is coming because of these labels. Yeah.
I
just told you we never came from sub-Saharan Africa. We migrated there. Hold on. So that don't mean nothing to me.
That means you're hybrid. You're not original.
No. Don't get it twisted, my brother. Don't get it. No. Listen. I'm not saying this in the bad light. Yeah, I'm not saying if you're a hybrid, you're not human. No, you're not getting what I'm saying to you.
You're not listening to me.
It's not a bad thing to be a hybrid. It's not.
Hey, brothers.
In your opinion.
Hey, brothers.
Hold on. What I'm saying. One minute. All I'm saying is to you, like as I said, would I class myself as being a hybrid if I have Akan blood, Yoruba blood, yeah, and South African blood? Would I still be a hybrid?
No.
I just want to interject really quickly, right? Because Victor said that he is one, he stands for humanity, and two, that he also has a level of understanding and empathy and acceptance of his diasporan African brethren, right? So keeping that in mind, right? But keeping that in mind, I think that you have to understand and begin to embrace that the people of your diaspora, one of the reasons why they may, that there is still a lot of healing that needs to occur. Let me start there, right? So part of that healing is not just understanding that they're African or understanding the history of how they got to where they are, but accepting or having a place of forgiveness or understanding that there wasn't an element of being sold into slavery. So there's a section of our community that actually rejects Africa because of what happened to them. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Okay, so there's some people that actually reject it. That means that they know they're from Africa, but they saying fuck Africa because they're angry, because they're hurt, because they have resentment, right? I don't think that what Africans and the rest of the diaspora, what we should do is turn our back on those people. I think that's a real fucked up way to handle that type of dynamic. It's saying you want to be hurt? Well, fuck your hurt and just say fuck you. I think that's wrong for us to do, right? And and I just think that what I'm hearing from you is not a lot of understanding that this whole dynamic has so many different layers. And to be honest with you, a Hebrew Israelite, they can unify with me under the term black. But once we start throwing that African term, guess what? Their Bible tells them that they were sold into captivity by Africans, by Hamites. So that right there, draws so much division. So much division.
No, it doesn't. Let me explain something to you. You know, all the greats, yeah. I had to mention Marcus Garvey, yeah. Malcolm X, Kwame
Israelite, but go ahead. He was not a Hebrew Israelite, but go ahead. He was Catholic. It's different.
Yeah. Kwame Nkrumah, X, and all that. You know, Dr.
I'm trying
Amos,
to tell you, they're not Hebrew Israelites. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. All the greats that spoke in favor of African emancipation and liberation. Yeah. Right. They all spoke. They're the great leaders, right? Did any of them, say what you're saying?
What I'm trying to tell you is that there is a whole community of Black people that we would just be eliminating by using the term African. I'm just telling you, because right now where they are, all they know that they were sold into captivity, and the Bible tells them.
So they have a resentment. They resent Africa. They resent it. Yes, I understand. I know. A lot of people have trauma.
Not only that, but their Bible, it was prophesied to them, right? It was prophesied to them that this was going to happen, and then they believed that it did. So therefore, they believe that they are a separate people, but they don't believe that they're not Black.
No,
right, but what did they subscribe to?
A different belief system than me. Just like a Muslim does. A Muslim believed that Muhammad talked to them in a freaking cave. I don't believe in that stuff. But guess what? That's still my brother and my sister.
So hold on. They're doubly messed up then, innit? Because George said,
we're losing the point. This is the point. Because you made a point. Again, I heard reference to Marcus Garvey and other names mentioned. Let me explain something to you from an African American standpoint. Marcus Garvey was in a bitter war with W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois and Frederick Douglass didn't get along. A lot of people didn't like Martin Delany. Then you had Deuce Ali Muhammad, who ended up coming over there to London. There's these arguments that we're having now, they had back then, because you had some people that wanted to be a part of the African conversation and go back to Africa. You had some people saying, man, fuck that, we ain't going to no motherfucking Africa, we're going to stay right here. This is our home. So what I'm saying to you is the indoctrination from 1552 all the way up to the 1800s was so powerful that the conversation we having now is if you look at history and you look at the arguments of our early freedom fighters, you'll see it play out. So what I'm saying, we gotta know our history and understand who was Marcus Garvey's nemesis, Black nemesis. Study the history. So you'll get a frame of reference as to why I was respectfully saying that you wasn't qualified to speak on it, because I know by listening to you speak, I know you're passionate about Africa, and I respect that. But I know that you don't fully understand the psychological conditionings of the Negro in America, so that makes you disqualified to speak on it. That's all I'm saying. From within the conversation, because there's a lot of context that come with that. So when Marcus Garvey said Africa for the Africa,
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you, and I totally understand the psychological and trauma that Negroes in America have been through. I understand that. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, because I told you I'm a spiritual person. You are the same person as me. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel your pain. I get it. I understand. So don't 1 minute mistake yourself that I don't understand your pain. I do.
But what I'm saying is because I don't know you personally. Spiritually, spirits may connect, but what I'm saying to you, brother, is based off the conversation I'm hearing you speak now, the manner in which you're speaking, I'm making my assessment off of that. But I'm just saying, like, you wouldn't be qualified. What I'm saying is you can talk to me anytime. We can go back and forth. But what I'm saying is most African American people will reject you right off bat, because they would say he don't understand nothing about us. So what I'm saying is when we're teaching, we got to be able to propagate certain words that people can, even if they don't agree, they can understand to a point where I'll have their attention enough to maybe bring them around. So the thing is, when you come here, you dealing with a people. What I'm saying is you dealing with a people that, like I said, walking around with like Johnson, Matthew,
George.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
You see the people you're referring to as they won't have anything to do with Africa, right? Religiously, what do they subscribe to?
Religiously, they subscribe to white Jesus and no picture having Muhammad.
Right. What did you say about those two religions?
It's the most indoctrinating. But I got to come back. I want to ask you a question too when you finish asking me.
So Victor, I just asked the woman in the chat who is from Ghana. I said, "Are you black?" And she said, "Yes, I'm black and African." I said, "Apparently, Africans don't call themselves black." So
ask him where he's from. Ask him if he's from the East Coast. Because if he's from the East Coast, he's what I identify with black.
What part of Ghana?
Yeah, no, ask him if he's from Ghana, does he live in America? And if he's from the East Coast, Philly and New York, he's going to identify with.
No, she's from the UK. This is Black Spice.
Okay. Because see, if you're, I'm gonna tell you, if you're African and you're Liberian or Ghanaian, and you live in Philadelphia, and most likely you've been here for generations. Because see, when I was growing up, I'm 45. When I was growing up, as a kid, 30 years ago, damn near 40 years ago, Jamaicans lived on our block, Trinidadians, Africans. We never had these type of conversations. Everybody was just black.
But that's so funny because initially her YouTube name was Black Spice. So you have a Ghanaian woman who her name is Black Spice, not African Spice, right? Not jollof rice. Her name was Black Spice.
But listen, Melanie, in Philadelphia, in places like Philadelphia, New York, when you to Philadelphia, all the way from William Steele and all the people that came up from the South and the Caribbean, they identified as black. We didn't have these distinctions amongst ourselves. So because we identified as black, this is how they was able to bring the African moniker back. But they had to use that black identifier because they was coming from different places with different type of customs, cultures. They spoke English different, all kinds of things. So they identified with their blackness based off the oppression that was coming. And then they started to identify with the African aspect of it.
And guess what? And Victor, I want you to understand that the people that are in America that are in the know, like we know about our history, we understand the tricks of to suppress our Africanness, because I can remember even our hip hop. Our hip hop used to be very African centered. When I first learned about who Queen Latifah was, she had a kente hat on her head, singing "Ladies First." You understand what I'm saying? We had the Jungle Brothers. Their name was the Jungle Brothers. That is, you know what I'm saying? Like they were very proud of the African history, and all of a sudden, there was this gangster rap being introduced with NWA and stuff like that, and all of a sudden, they was niggers instead of being Africans. You understand? Like the music changed from you got artists like African Bambaataa. That was his name. So they were African Americans who did have a pride of being African, but there was a system put in place to dilute that and wash it out. So you have to have people who are on board with re-educating and committed to helping people gain a level of knowledge of self. We can't just leave them at the wayside and say, fuck them. We can't do that.
No, we cannot do that. We cannot do that. I understand. We cannot do that. We can't leave them behind. But if I understand from where you're coming from, yeah, like I said before, I'm not asking anybody to get rid of the word black. Yeah, you can use it if that's what makes them come to you. Yeah, if you want to help them, heal them. Yeah, use that label to bring them in. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, so once they come in, yeah, then you can edify them, yeah, with African history, if there is. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, so I get that.
But let's address the flip side. I get that. Let's address the flip side now. Because this is what I want you to understand. Victor, you ever been to America? You ever had the opportunity to come to America?
Nope.
All right, well, Terry has. And I want you to understand something psychologically, especially when you live in the East Coast aspect of America, where most of the Africans come to. What African Americans see when they see Africans come today as opposed to the ones 30 years ago, do you know what they see? You probably can't because you're not here. So what I'm saying is this. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. We identify and come together under our blackness, right? But when Africans come here, They come. We were taught. I want to tell you the ones that's woke. We were taught that Africa was this united utopia. We got to get back to Africa, the motherland. And when I discovered that Africans don't even call themselves African, they call themselves by their tribal name. A Yoruba don't call himself an African; he calls himself a Yoruba or Wolof. Anyway, all these different people, and they don't even identify as the same people. And what I learned was if you go from Cameroon to Senegal, you a fucking foreigner. So what I'm saying was that was disheartening to a lot of us. Then we came here. Then we seen them come here while we reading books. Red Kente cloth. Back when I was a kid, screaming, saying, "I'm black and I'm proud." And we got the red, black, green medallions, and we rioted in the streets about free Mandela. And then we see Africans come here with white women and worshiping Jesus and not the African tribal languages. That shit was fucking confusing to us. And a lot of that made us say, "Why the fuck would I go here when they running here?" So what I'm saying is, you gotta understand the psychological aspect of the African American. When the African came here, he came here and got a Becky. He came here and abandoned D5 or all those Yoruba systems and Senegalese African systems. He wanted to go to church. We witnessed this shit. Right. You got brothers saying, what I'm saying to you. Wait, let me just finish. Let me just finish this last part. What I'm saying to you is, you had brothers that was Africa for the African, but a lot of brothers said, why the fuck would I go to Africa when everybody's running from Africa to come to America? So you got to understand the psychological conditioning. Then when they showed Africa on TV, they showed all the dilapidated aspects of Africa.
Right. I get what you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying, yeah? But all I'm saying to you is, at this conjuncture in time, yeah? The spirit that you have, yeah, you're explaining things to me, yeah? I get that. I can feel your energy, yeah? But all I'm saying is, because you are a spiritual being, yeah? When you do whatever you do in your personal life, yeah, because this is about an individual. We have to heal ourselves, like the lady said, from the inside. So whatever you do with the good intentions, yeah, use the word African, because you don't know any tribes that you are familiar with in Africa, right? Any ethnic groups. So what that does, yeah, once you keep identifying with Africa in whatever you do, automatically the spirit will allow you to gravitate towards the continent of Africa, and within that continent, your spirit will locate, yeah, where your original spirit comes from, yeah. You will go into an ethnicity without you knowing. You start studying their language, their culture, and because you're a diaspora and you know the American section of that African American, yeah, you know American history. Hold on. You know American history because you are American history, yeah, because you know the suffering that your ancestor went through. If the spirit takes you back to Africa, then you have the tool, the power to teach that selected ethnic group that the spirit chose you to go there and tell them about, the treatment that your people got. So you do the link there. You see, you teach them about your history, because they look at America as milk and honey. They look at America as milk and honey. Right. Yeah, they come to America to work. You know what I'm saying to you? But you have to tell them the history of America.
So listen, I have a question for you, Victor, because you keep saying, and I get the whole spiritual aspect, and I definitely.
Babes, we are spiritual people. We have to start from there. We are spiritual people, nothing else.
But listen, hear me out. Hear my question to you. Right? That the people of the diaspora are the descendants, right, of continental Africans. But it sounds to me like you're saying that ultimately the descendants of continental Africans must somehow be part of the continent again. And what I'm saying is that, like, that's the reason for the term diaspora. There's going to be some people that never return to the continent, that don't learn African language, that aren't they're not knowledgeable about what happened in Nigeria, what happened in Ghana, what happened in Cameroon, or the history.
Listen. Babes, let me just cut you up. Let me cut you. Do you know?
It's a question. Hello. Wait till I get to the question. Why are you? I'm asking a question to you, and you stopped me.
Okay.
My question was:
sorry.
Are people less part of the Black family, African family, diasporan family because they don't return back to Africa? That's my question to you.
No, it's not. No, we can't say that. No. Yes, because different factors. Yeah, different factors can be involved for people not being able to go there. But if their intentions, if your intentions is to go back there one day, then fair play to you. Yeah, because we ended up, things are hard. So we have to, organize ourselves, mentally, before we can say we're going to Africa. Because we can't take what we've been conditioned with here over there, because it's not going to help them. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they are very colonialized. They are brainwashed over there. So when you go there, you have to be in the right frame of mind. Yeah, because you know the history. So what I'm
start some trouble real quick. Richie might jump in on me on this one. Let me start some trouble. Me and Richie, we have arguments on the phone about this, and I'm very passionate about this. And I'm gonna keep it all the way above, man. Listen, I alluded to this earlier, but I got cut off. But I kick Africa in the ass a lot. And the reason why I kick Africa in the ass a lot because my mother and my father. And my mother and the mother and father constantly is asking the youngest child to come back spiritually and awaken the parent. And I'm like, no. Compared to us, we're a dot. Us little bit of people compared to the people that's in Africa. Africa has to wake up because nobody's more spiritual than them. And the reason why nobody's more spiritual than them, because they're still connected to the landmass with the cultures. We're separated. We have a spirituality innate inside of us. But when you're dealing with those people are connected to the land. They're supposed to wake up and rescue their children, not come to America, get a job and get a fucking Becky and go to Europe and speak French and all that other shit. So what I'm saying is this. We're fucked up because we've been stolen from the land. They're leaving their land, or it's sellout-ass leadership doing the people fucking wrong to the point where they gotta leave fucking Africa. So we need to see a spiritual warfare happen on the motherland first, because then it's gonna permeate out throughout the diaspora. See, it's actually trying to be backwards. We gotta be the ones. I disagree with that. No, all those continents, the mother gotta wake up and bring everybody back into the bosom. Not us just say, hey, we'll return. No, I think that's unfair, and I think it's disrespectful to everybody else in the diaspora. It's unfair. They gotta wake the fuck up. And we gotta turn on TV and say, damn, they going crazy. They going crazy over here. Fuck it, let's keep doing. Until that, man, fuck that. I'm kicking Africa in the ass until they wake up. I'm keeping it a buck.
Listen, the Africans look up to you. They look up to you. Africans look up to the diasporans. Yes, they look up to you. They copy everything that you do.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. They look up to you.
The children
but at the same time, they are brainwashed.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't give that.
At the same time,
fuck you guys. Fuck them.
Children must lead then.
But Victor, I don't give them that excuse. Listen to what I'm saying. A person can't come to us and land base us for us and calling ourselves black, but then all of a sudden give the African who got everything the excuse. No, they don't get the excuse. They got the language, the culture, the landmass, the food, everything. They gotta save us, not us save them. They gotta get their shit.
George, they are lost. George, they are lost. They are lost. They're twice as lost as you.
Then guess what? Then we lost too. So my thing is
no. But you recognize your pain. You recognize your history. They don't recognize their history. You do. So you are the difference.
But guess what though? What I'm saying is, if they on that landmass with all that spirituality and all that culture, and they don't recognize it, then I'm telling you, as an African here, shame on them. I'm upset with my parents. My parents is a disgrace to me. They gotta get their shit together. That's just
right. Okay. Let me. Yeah, George, I hear your pain, man. I hear your pain. I feel your pain. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but be rest assured. Be rest assured that not all Africans I like the way you're explaining. Yeah, there are some grassroots African that are starting to do this.
Yeah? I know, but they don't let them in America. They don't give them green cards. What I'm saying is, if I'm 42% Nigerian and they know there's a lot of Igbo and Yoruba people here, the Americans, I need to see the fucking Nigerian government say, hey, what's up with my people there? If not, fuck them. Until they say, what's up with us? They better start speaking up for us. We ain't children, goddamn.
Yeah. We all have a different battle to fight, yeah? Africans on the continent are fighting with colonialism, yeah? We here are fighting with what? What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for in the diaspora? Africans out there are fighting against colonialism. What are we fighting for?
Fighting to break the spell.
Fighting to break the spell. Right.
Yes.
Fighting to break the spell. That's very good. Listen, no. That's very good. Yeah. So the African that is under colonialism, yeah, that is so brainwashed to the point that they see the white man as their god, right? Yeah. Majority of them do. And they see Allah as their god, right? Yeah. But you're over here trying to fight the spell. Yeah. The spell that they are still under. Because you can see clearly you've been associating with the demons, yeah, for how many years? So you know.
But let me ask you a question. Because they had 300 years of apartheid. They had years of colonialism under Leopold and Cecil Rhodes and all of those different people. So you have African people there that's warriors that's fighting on the ground that's in the know. What I'm saying is, IC3 put a comment. Africa will be saved by the children of the diaspora, right? And the reason, I'm doing away with that kind of talk, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because, like I always tell Richie, because we talk that way, we don't have no problem dissing or coming down on the people of the diaspora, and at the same time giving the Africans an excuse. I'm saying fuck them Africans for right now until they start speaking up for us. Them motherfuckers been fucked up just the same way we are. They got intact language. They know this white man is the goddamn enemy. They better start speaking up for their diaspora and trying to financially take care of their diaspora. Stop doing your people wrong. Stop putting the white man and a white woman over your fucking people. I'm not making no excuses for them.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. 100%. I agree with you.
And
I agree with you.
I say fuck them because I love them. If they ain't speaking up for us, just getting shot in the street. If the African Union and they say wrong, the fucking say, hey, we pulling troops out. We pulling. If you don't leave our people alone, man, fuck Nigeria and Ghana and all of them. They better start.
George, let me tell you something, yeah, please. Let me tell you something, yeah. I understand what you're saying, and I feel what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what is happening right now in Africa, yeah? There's 54 states, yeah. Out of the 54 states, 45, yeah, have allowed the right of abode for diasporans to come in there, yeah. Just sign up, yeah. Sign up.
That's bullshit. That's a bunch of crap. But listen to what I'm saying. That's a bunch of crap. Listen to me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. We have the continent with all the riches on the planet. It feeds the whole planet. The Africans, it's not our responsibility. The ones that were stolen, had our names taken, our language, our food, everything. To all of a sudden come back and rescue the big brother that got everything. What I'm saying is this: we can go back with our expertise once they stand the fuck up and say, "Get your feet off of my children." If they ain't doing that, they still fucking selling their own people out. I'm saying fuck them until they say we love you. They ain't said that.
Right. So what I'm saying is, yeah, you've got to still do what you have to do, don't you?
Yes. Yes.
Exactly. It's not going to stop you from doing what you have to do, does it? No. So once you do it and collectively everybody does what you do, they will see it by the TV. So the revolution will start. It will be televised. Yeah. So once they see that, yeah, then it will kickstart something in their mind. They'll be like, hold on a minute. African Americans are rising up. What's going on? So then they will look into it. Yeah. Then they will like, okay. Oh, okay. So then we're gonna start. But let me tell you something. It's already started in the Africa continent. Yeah, you just don't know about it. Yeah, the revolution has already started. The revolution has already started in African countries.
I know it started. What I'm saying is that I know they don't put all the news coverage. I know they fighting on the ground. What I'm saying to you is this. I don't want them to look on the news and see us fighting. They already know we've been fighting. You know how many Africans came to America and studied? Kwame Nkrumah, Stephen Biko, Jomo Kenyatta. A lot of them came to America, and studied our revolutions. So I get all that. What I'm saying is this: I want to turn on my motherfucking TV and I want to see African leaders saying, listen, if another African American shot in the diaspora, it's going to be a fucking problem. And so I see them talking that way, fuck them. I'm not giving them.
Yes, I'll give you a very good example. I will give you a very good example. I will give you a very good example as to an African leader that is very defiant. Yeah, you know what season we're in right now, don't you? We're in COVID season. We're in virus season, right?
Yes,
At the moment, they're trying to administer vaccines to most African countries. Well, one African leader turned around and told the World Organization, that they can fuck off. Yeah, they can fuck off, and they're not gonna accept any COVID like measures in their country. Their country is not on lockdown. Everyone's moving freely. Yeah, you know what I'm saying to you. So they are very defiant. Yeah, but because you don't know about this, you think we're still sleeping. There's a whole nation called Tanzania. That have refused to comply. With the lockdown.
No, I understand, Victor. I don't think that Africa's still sleeping. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm tired of people putting the onus on the African Americans and people in the diaspora and making excuses for the African. I'm not having that shit. You might be.
Yes, because we're still fighting. We are still fighting from white supremacy. We are still fighting. Yeah, but what I don't want you to understand is don't fight for acceptance. Do not fight for acceptance. That's not we. We're not. Look, we're above them. So do not fight for acceptance. Claim what's you. You are a natural human being. You're a natural human being. They are about to administer into you, a vaccine that was taken from a chimpanzee vaccine. They are coming to give it to a natural human being. Fight for your rights, your human rights, your natural human rights. Yes? So that's what you're fighting for. Because right now we are all locked down and they are looking to vaccinate us with a chimp DNA. We are not chimps. Yeah? You understand? Right. So going back to my genetics thing, just to answer the question as to why not every black skin is an African, is because there are melanated skin people, that have hybrid DNA. Yes? This subject, right? Richard's just called me off guard here, but this subject is a long-winded one. Yeah. So all I'm saying is, if you identify with your skin color, fair play to you. It's okay. Yeah. But all I'm saying is the essence behind that. Yeah. It directly links to Africa. But most people that have the same skin color as you do not subscribe to that essence. They just see themselves as black in a system that they have to be accepted for what they are. If you do that, white supremacy will eat you up. It will eat you up.
We already been eaten up by white supremacy. That's just one branch to a whole tree, bro.
Listen. There are 9 factors, in this human activity. There are 9 human factors, activities that is all controlled by white supremacy. Do you know what the 9 factors are?
Yeah, I mean, you talking
right. So if you
talking about Dr. Nelly Foreman now.
Wow, so you know. So you know. You understand now. Yeah, you understand. Right.
What'd you say, Richie?
I said we have read some of these theorems over here. You get me? Like we know about some of these things.
9 areas of activity, the way they control it. Absolutely.
Right, listen. Let me say this to you, man. Yeah, because you've been going back and forth for a hot minute. Yeah. To the people that's come in the chat, and joined us late, the original conversation was about are white people needed for certain conversations. Anybody that's seen the Sarah, the Raspberry debates, we were talking about that, what people for them, was they necessary? Was it just an entertainment thing? That was the original conversation of entanglement. Then we moved into the fact of classification and how best to galvanize our people. So again, the conversation started nice and simple, where we were saying, black people come together in the diaspora, we can do this thing. That turned into what we're now, what you've come into and been listening to now, where Victor has wanted to stress the fact that we need to understand our African connection, while at the same time also identifying that we need to know more about melanin, our actual skin color, which by default is black. You understand? So again, this was what we started off with. Now again, just so everybody's edified and understands, we're not mad people here. Nobody at any time during this conversation was stating that even if we start off with the call being two black people, do we stop there and not educate them on their inherent connection to Africa?
Right.
You understand? So, because that's important to understand. Like, we're going back and forth.
Yeah.
The people's been listening to Victor.
Okay.
Melanaid.
Let me just pick up the point.
Hold up, brother. Because like it's 3.5 hours now, and I'm getting tired. And there's new people coming in, so I want them to be clear on what's going on, rather than them coming in and hearing some back and forth. And as I said, they're thinking that somehow there's this loose argument. And it's not really about unity. We've covered that base. We are on the unification. But again, consciousness is different on different levels for different people at different points. So as we've already stated, as Melanie Goddess stated and showed examples, there's people out there that fully believe they are black, fully accept that they're pro-black, but may not inherently know their connection to Africa. So again, that's something for them to be educated on as they come into knowledge of self. You understand? Which again, I think we're all in agreement needs to happen. But we've also dealt with the factor of
like you said.
Yeah, definitely, my sister. And we've also dealt with the fact that again, not all the people are going to want to return to Africa. And I gotta say this: remember, black people have been in a lot of places long before white people. So again, I'm not this indigenous one. I don't want to get into that ADOS talk and all the rest of it. But people have definitely been in Americas before the transatlantic slave trade. And you understand?
Hello?
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
So let me pick up the point on that white bit.
Hold up, Vic, because everyone's been listening, yeah? So, again, let's just be clear on that point, yeah?
Yes, I know, and I want to pick up on that point that you made.
No, I know, but I'm talking not to you now, I'm talking to the new people that's come in the chat and maybe not up to scratch or didn't know none of what we're talking about. And again, each show does have an actual theme. So the theme was, are we involved in our conversations? You understand? So again, if anybody wants to talk about that, come on now, because in the next half an hour, I will be shutting this down. Besides that, now, Victor, please pick up the way.
Hey, Victor,
say, George, one second.
Real quick, Vic.
Yeah, I want to say a few bits before I go.
Hold on, Vic, just real quick, just 2 seconds. I want the people in the chat to know that I'm saying what I'm saying about Africa because I love Africa. I'm voicing my opinion on how I feel. So
no, you don't, George. Don't lie your age.
Yeah, right. This going back and forth is important, though. This is just going back and forth between masculine men. You know, I mean, we sometimes masculine men, we cuss, we get loud, we going back and forth, but it's all about the love of Africa. So when you hear me being passionate about this, I feel some type of way about Africa, but if I didn't care, I wouldn't talk about it. So yeah, so it's not a hate for Africa. It's
right.
just
okay. You know, in the earlier chat, I came in a little bit late. So what was the conclusion about involving the Caucasians in the black movement?
I came in like you did.
Everybody gave their opinion that they don't need to be involved in the conversation. The only person actually, Riggsy, where are you? Because you're the only person that did it.
It was IC3 who said that he understood that there was a purpose to have white people. I don't know.
We was clarifying what type or what time do you invite a white person into a conversation. Yeah, I think that's where he was coming from. And again, if we're trying to...
In what context? In what context was he saying that?
I think Terry was the one that said the white woman is first.
What?
Terry to explain that one. Terry, what you say about the white woman?
I set Terry up with that one. Yeah, that was Terry that said the white woman was first. It's like, I'm just joking.
No. IC3 was just basically talking about when is the appropriate time. Like there may be times when you're supposed to, broker a deal. You need to work something out to, a means to having to talk to white people. But again, when we're looking or comparing a situation like that to, the debate with Respect and the racist guy and the Tommy Robinson debate with Sarah, again, is that necessary? What are we getting out of that? That's the next
let
question.
me ask George a question. Brother George, Macon, you seems to know a lot about your history, right? Marcus Garvey apparently had a meeting with the KKK. Do you know what the context of that meeting was?
This did come up earlier as well, just so you know, like the IC3 did bring this up as well.
So what did Garvey talk to them about? Anyone know? What was the conversation they have? Because that's KKK at the most.
Brother Minister, I see you in the chat earlier. Where are you at? Because you're the Marcus Garvey expert. So again, this would be nice for you to come on and comment, but go ahead, Vic.
It's a good question. The context of what Garvey spoke. What did he make demands? Did he make demands with the KKK? I mean, I want to know the detail. What did he talk about? What was his manifesto to them? Like, what did it want to happen for the black race? That he had to go and speak to the most racist fascist group in the world. So what did he speak to them about?
As far as I understand, I think it's in the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, is that it's black nationalists were speaking to the KKK as white nationalists, and the common ground was the idea of nationalism, and as far as I understand, is that they saw this kind of globalist, or they weren't using that language, but they saw that there was a common enemy in the bankers. I think in terms of the bankers. So the common ground was over nationalism, as far as I understand, and the right for a race to identify itself and to promote itself. So the whites for the white race, the blacks for the black race, and so on. But the enemy that appeared to be the enemy of both sides were the people that were just trying to confuse and mix everything together and go against nationalist identity.
Right. So do you? If we were to replicate that today, do you think we have the same problems?
Yes. It's still challenging. Because that is it. Because the globalist banking elite, that in order to get control over the whole planet, they've got to try and destroy the concept of race and nation, and mess about with the idea of identity. So to basically turn the whole world into a high street.
Right. So that's your answer to the question then. That it doesn't really make any sense to sit on the table with them. Well, because they can never fulfill our demands.
Yeah. Of course. Yes. Correct.
Right. Because the system is there to oppress us each ever way necessary. Yeah. So to sit on the table with them, for instance, I'm going to use the one in the picture of the chat, Tony Robinson. He hasn't got the power to make any difference to us black people in the UK. Yeah. He has not got the power, right? So then why would we allow him to come and sit on the table with us if he hasn't got the power? And even if he did, like what you just said, the banking elites, will never allow an African to identify with a nationalism. Because the reason why
they'll fight it.
Of course they will fight it. And so then they will be going back. There will be no point them being on the table in the first place, would it? So we have to separate in the mind. You separate in the mind. When you separate in the mind, you can look a white person dead square in the face. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Continue.
And know who you are.
But
Right, but hold
I'm
it.
confused
Wait
because
there.
IC3, you said multiple times that you see the benefit in speaking with these white people, and now you're basically saying that there is no benefit. So why,
No. Let me clarify.
as a black
See,
nationalist, why,
if
what benefit do you see in speaking to white
good,
nationalists? If you could just answer that question.
beautiful, right now, you have to understand a bit about war strategy. So first of all, in answering that question, I'm going to do it in two phases because it's very tricky subject. What was said just earlier, what the African guy said earlier, mainland, he said, once you clarify your identity and who you are, just like if you're going for business, well, then you can then start to negotiate and discuss with other people and other entities that could be considered to be allies or technical allies. They're not going to become you, but it means that once you have your position clear of who you are and what you stand for, you can then say, look, this is who I am, this is what I represent, and this is what our goals are. What, right, you, now, in this battle that's coming up, who are you, and can we negotiate ways in which it could benefit you and your plan and your people and us and our people? So first of all, yes, you've got to clarify your own identity. Then you're in a position to negotiate and talk with other people to be able to make moves and strategies that are of common benefit without neutralizing your own position. So that's right. So
you're saying that you negotiate. You should negotiate with white.
Well, let me. Okay. Sister, finish first.
I'm to understand. You're saying that you negotiate with white nationalists to find some sort of common ground as nationalists. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Because the enemy it has two wings. It keeps switching from what. That's why it's very difficult. That's why they call it shape shifting. You see, when you think you've got it, it just switches over another side. So basically, these globalists, they call themselves white, in order to put the blame. To shift the blame onto the northern European, which they use as mercenaries to kill people classified as black, and then they switch and say, "Oh, we're not white. Blame those. Those are the white people. We're not white. We're something else. We don't believe in race." We don't believe in race. It's all multicultural. We're all the same. Everybody can bank with us. We're not racist.
Right,
you know, they keep switching. So if you say that they're white, they slip away. If you say that they're not white, they slip away. But you still end up going to their bank.
Right. I get what you're saying, but the reason for that is they are very trickery in how they do things.
That's right.
So what you have to understand, I get where you're coming from, is in the sense of the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Right. That's wishful thinking. Yeah? That is wishful thinking in the sense that the system that you're in, right, is based on white supremacy. White people, Caucasians, Europeans, have been trained and indoctrinated to see you as inferior. No matter what, even you can have a hillbilly in America that is the lowest of the low of the white race. A hillbilly, he will look at you as inferior. Because that's how they've been trained. So they've got privilege. The time they come from their mother's womb, they have privilege. They've been born into a system that caters for them, no matter what.
Yes.
You understand? It's only the lazy ones out of them that can't make it. If you're lazy as a white person, you're not gonna make it. But if you can apply a little bit of effort, you will be 10 times ahead than a black person that is trying their best because of the system that we're in, right? So for you to identify with your nationalism, right? Telling a white man that you're sitting across the table with that you are African, yeah, you're the superior gene, yeah, you are the original man, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying to you? You are God. You're telling a white man that you want your own place. He's gonna think like, what are you talking about? You're just a monkey.
Yes, that's
You're
right.
just a monkey. So he's not gonna give you what you want.
Yeah, they're not gonna give
psychologically.
Anything.
He's not gonna give you anything. So there's no need to sit on the table. What you need to do is separate in the mind. Now we can't physically separate because we are in the diaspora. We're using their system. So you swear the tactical.
One point. You see you use the word give. Yes, I agree with you. It's no point begging because they're not going to give. So you have to come from a position of power. So when you come from a position of power, right, and you're clarified your own position, then there's negotiations. Not asking them to give. You got to find the leverage. You got to find
absolutely.
The leverage. Yeah,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
It's not about give. Is that you'll find the leverage when you clarify your own identity and your own position.
Yes, that's meaning you take it back. You're taking it back. Yeah, you're not demanding, you're taking it back.
Correct.
So what the Caucasian works with land. That's who they are. Land means a lot to them. Land that you walk on. It means so much to them. They view land as God. Yeah. So what it is, they want your land. What land do they want? Africa, the breadbasket of the world. That's what they want. Yeah. So you're here trying to negotiate with them about your identity while they still got their puppets. Yeah. The neo-colonial puppets over in the land that you're from. Yeah. Controlling the resources for them. Right.
Hold it. Slow down. Let's go bit by bit. No, we're not negotiating with them over our identity. The negotiation was not. Why would you want to negotiate with the enemy about your identity? It would be stupid. So therefore, once you have a clarification of your own identity and you're unified, the negotiations will be about land, wealth, reparations, and so on, not about identity. There's nothing to talk about on the issue of identity.
Tell him IC3. Tell him.
Right. Yeah. So I get what you're saying, right?
IC3,
so
that's a clear definition. That's what IC3's message is you know, you don't like the term black. Some people don't like the term African, right? But if you look at just the code IC3, there's a lot of different terminologies underneath the code. At least people could agree upon a code. So we got to agree upon something.
No. Hold on. Babes, listen. IC3 is a code for black male. That's what it means. It means black male. It's a code for the Metropolitan Police, the English Metropolitan Police, to identify black people. So they put IC3. IC2 is the Caucasian male. Yeah. IC2 is the Caucasian male. IC3, yes, is a black male. Yeah, or a black person. So it's a code. Yeah, it's a code given. Yeah. So if you want to use it as for whatever reasons, yeah, it's cool. But what I'm saying is, yeah, we have to understand where it came from. Yeah, it came from
Hold that point there, because let's go bit by bit, because they want to shut down the show now a bit, and so we want to get, because it's very interesting where we're right up at this point. Now, the reason for the use of the IC3 code, listen carefully, for black people is because that code plugs into the current banking system. in the City of London, not only that you mentioned the Metropolitan Police, it's not only the Metropolitan Police, it's the City of London Police and the Home Office and the whole civil service. So it's not just the police identity code. It's because all ethnic codes relate back to the IC3. So the reason I'm saying IC3, because like if you have a plug, when you try to plug in your computer, that 3-pin plug or the American plug is different from the British plug. But in order,
I get that. Yes,
hold it.
I get that.
Yeah, but watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this. Here's a twist. You see, I understand what you're saying. You use the word African. I understand, but the word African is not the plug. It won't fit in to twist to get the reparations, and at the same time, it's like a language. You have to plug in to the source of power, right, to neutralize.
Right.
It's like you have to short circuit. You have to short circuit.
I understand, 100%
of white supremacy, and to
right.
short circuit it, the word African is not the word; it's the code. It's not even the word black; it's the code IC3.
Right, I get that because you're coming from.
Does that make sense?
You're coming from a certification point, yeah. Because the IC you're talking about, yeah. I think is the Internet Core Competency Certification. Yeah, no, yeah. I think it's a worldwide. It's something to do with people understanding computer system and like hardware and software and firmware and networking. Yeah.
Good. Is that what you're talking about? More than that. Can I add you? If you look up eCodex, hold it. If you look up eCodex, the IC1, IC2, the IC codes. In computer go into just a number. So I've been arrested a few times. When they take you over to the computer, the police computer, the IC codes are just a number. If you don't know the IC codes, you won't recognize the number. So if you look on the screen, you'll see the number, and it goes down on you, and that plugs into the international system for the transfer of prisoners right the way throughout the world, and Interpol and Europol. So that one code, it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. So all I'm saying, I don't want to discuss the code. I'm just saying that code is what is the short circuit.
Yes, I get that. And the code is 6+1. Did you know that? The code is 6+1.
Correct.
Yes,
right.
it's 6+1. But yes.
Right.
But they've sort of hijacked it, yeah, and used it, yeah, for their own like policing, yeah, of different races that they've categorized.
Yes.
Yeah.
Throughout the world.
What the original one? Yes. The original word I see.
It's a city. City of London banking system. That's right.
Absolutely, because the City of London is a corporation. Yeah, so they've got to have the 6+1, right? I get it. So I understand that, but the British police have taken that code that is a worldwide thing and classified, and used that to identify races when they arrest them. So like I said, IC2 is a Caucasian, IC3 is black, IC4 is Asian, IC1 is Hispanic, and all them. You know what I'm saying to you? So
I've got yeah.
So they've used that system that it was meant for all of us, yeah, to use to understand computer illiteracy, yeah, and how networking works. So I get where you're coming from with that, yeah. But the fact that the British people have used it to identify and to arrest people and give you that label, IC3, yeah, in that sense, it's a bit little. But I understand where you're coming from with that, yeah. But
so it's more
to identify with that.
Than the word African. It's more powerful than the word African. It is a code that actually can short circuit and neutralize the system of white supremacy.
All right. I mean, fair play to you. If you have the teachings on how to liberate someone of them identifying with IC3, if you can teach them reason why they can keep that, and use it, then by all means do it. Just said if it has anything to liberate them, to separate their mind away, from the people that are trying to oppress them, I don't have any arguments with that. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But you have to edify them in the way, that aligns them up, with the original essence of who they are.
Yes. So that discussion, so the IC3 code is just cold business code, and it goes all the way back to just black people as a commodity with number that can be insured, just a unit. So you have to become double. You have to switch. You have to be able to argue from a cold business sense and say, okay, since these number of slaves there were commodities, this is what the value was worth. You're talking about like bricks and oil, and then you've got to switch on the human side and say, wait a minute, but these are people. And so we can see, so you're switching the conversation from people to commodities,
Right.
It has to be
I get that.
double switch like that continually.
That's beautiful. But at this moment, right, in time that we are in, right, our human rights are being depleted. We're losing everything of us as humans. Yeah. We're losing our human rights. Right. Scientifically, they said in their own journals, that the African is the only 100% human. Yeah. We are losing our humanity. White scientists have said the only human being, this 100%, is an African. So let's use African. So if you're human, if you claim Africa, you're human. So that there's no need for you to take ape vaccine. If you're human.
Hold that point there. What do you think of this? You see, when you speak about African, you're speaking about the human. You're speaking about the people. You're talking about people. But you see, if you're talking about people, when it comes to the power of leverage in a negotiation to do with reparations and banking, they don't care. They don't really care what you say. That those people, they're thinking cold. You have to come with a code. Okay. You think of us as animals or as commodities? Fine. Well, here's the commodities talking to you right now.
Right.
You're going to be able to switch like that. You can't just keep saying, well, we're human. Recognize us as human beings. No. When it comes to the City of London, you're going to be coming up against the face to face with those agents. And they're not listening to no human. They don't use the word human while they're in negotiations. You never hear the Queen say, we're all human.
Right. Okay. I get what you're saying, but you see this IC3, I've only heard it in the realms of British police, and law enforcement. That's why I've only heard that word.
Yeah, but it's more than that. Yes,
I know it's more than that. So, but what you're saying is, if we go on a negotiating table with them, we have to use that label because they will understand that language.
They have to. It's a plug.
And they will know that we mean business.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
But if you go screaming at them, recognize us as human beings. You can cry your eyes out. They don't give a look. It's waste of time. You're
right. So I want to ask you now. Who gave us that code?
The very commercial machine gave us that code, just like stock. Like stock.
Oh. Okay, so if we use IC3,
hold it. So the strange thing is that this stock, this bricks and mortar and commodities has woken up and now it's starting to trying to talk. So it's like an inanimate thing,
right?
Thing now has become animate. So it's like a brick talking to you. So it's like so their head is like twisting. It's like what is this? This it?
I get that.
It's trying to negotiate with me.
Can I interject for a
that.
second? Because I was listening to the exchange between Victor and IC3, right? And it seemed like when IC3 was able to explain, like why he does see value in the term IC3, and not that he feels that that's actually what his ethnicity is or what his race is, but he sees it as a useful term in order for it to use towards communication and
Yeah.
to be recognized and to petition for whatever certain things it is that he wants to petition for. And I think that I was glad that, everybody on the panel just remained quiet and allowed that whole conversation to unfold, because to me, the conversation got very heated on a conversation of Black. And the reality is that's literally all we were saying as well, is that to utilize the term Black as a term to galvanize the people, not as that we are all accepting that this is our name or this is our label, but this is a label that we come together, right? That we can get the most people to come together and accept it, and then through education and through bonding, we can come up with a different terminology. People will develop an understanding of truly of who they are and where their original origins were.
Correct.
So it was so the same way that you accepted the term IC3 and you can see how it could be utilized. We were just saying the same term Black can be utilized. Like most of us on this panel and people that are listening, none of us really agree with the premise of Black Lives Matter movement, the organization, right? They stand for transgender and LGBT, and they want to destroy the patriarchal platform of the family. They want to remove the man out of the house. No one stands for all of that kind of stuff. We not BLM. No, right? No, but we agree with Black Lives Mattering. See, when we hear Black Lives Matter, everyone identifies with who the fuck they talking about, who the Black people are, do their lives matter? Yes, we agree, right? And that premise, that when we hear it, and it resonated with Black people globally. And and right now, things are so urgent. We need global attention. We need to be able to call upon our people globally. And the term Black, Victor, I want you to hear it. The term Black, it does resonate. It resonates with East Africans, West Africans, South Africans, Central Americans, North Americans, South America. It resonates with people who are Black. They recognize that is me. It's like a Batman car. When you see the symbol in the sky, you're like, yo, I gotta go. That's how it is. When they hear Black people, they hear Black people, they like, oh, that's me. When they say, that's it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
right.
Now,
after the fact, we can start educating them. And, like I told you about my cousin. Our cousin need educating. She need to know, what I'm saying, where her great-great-great-grandparents come from. She need to understand what they went through. She need to understand what their original last names would have been. She need to understand that why she's named that way. She need to understand why she speaks the language she speaks. She's not in the right mind, but she's still an African woman. You understand what I'm saying? She's still an African woman. There ain't no admixture in her. If you were to see her, she got that 9 ether hair you were talking about. There's no admixture nowhere. She's just not in her right African mind.
That's so.
Right. Okay. Then that's most with most people. But Minister.
Vic, 1 second. The thing's done in now. It's 4 hours. Yeah, I got things to do now. Yeah, it's been a nice build. No, it's been a nice build. But the sister wrapped it up. I like the way Melanated God is bringing to a close with her statement. So I'm going to leave it there for today. Yeah, it was a nice build. I appreciate everybody coming on and talking. You get me? I appreciate our American brothers and sisters for giving their perspective. Big up to yourself, IC3, for your interactions and whatever you had to comment on. I know Vic just jumped off.
Yeah, big up, Victor. Peace to you, Victor.
he'll be back again. You understand, for more entanglements. I'm sure of it. Yeah, but yeah, big up to everybody in the chat that came in, supported it, watched, stayed tuned, ran the comments. I really appreciate that. Because every time I come on here, I don't know who's gonna come on, whether I'm just gonna be here talking to myself. So I appreciate everyone's support in making this show possible, because I can't do it by myself. It's only a talk show if everybody comes on and offers their opinion. You understand? I don't know what it's going to be about next week. I'll give it some thought, see what's good, but we'll definitely bring back everybody who wants to come and continue the dialogue. Yeah, big up to everybody again for supporting Black Eyes TV, whether it's with a like, a share, or a donation. Yeah, either which way, it's all liked and appreciated. Yeah, so big up to everyone on the panel. We are gone. We are out. I am
Good
gone.
night.
Peace,
That's
peace,
all.
everyone. Peace.
Okay,
Peace
so
to
next
you,
time.
peace to you. That's all.